student body's voices to the forefront. We should aim to make strides past just acknowledgement to those who continue to fight for their right to be recognized and respected as the original stewards of this land. I ask you all to dedicate time and care to personal education and advocate for justice alongside Indigenous peoples. Woo. All right, cool. Now going into roll call. Senator Gerson. Present. Senator Butler. You not have editing access? Okay, hold up. Nobody has editing access. I'm just being a little bit evil today. At least we know that you're here. Let's go. Sorry, I'm connecting my Wi-Fi.
Say it.
Say it, please. I really appreciate it.
No, nobody's.
I think I just leave Are they coming forward? That was happening. Oh. Hold up, I'm opening up the agenda on my phone, my computer's. All right, I'm gonna give. Is it Jean? What about you? Yes. What more is All right, cool. Senator Gerson. Senator Butler. Senator Lankrani.
Present.
Senator Iden.
Present.
Senator Lala.
Present.
Senator Kada.
Present.
Senator Suk.
Present.
Senator Corlew. Senator Korsandi.
Present.
Senator Jha.
Present.
Senator McClintock. I don't think they're here. Senator Wang. Senator Abbas.
Present.
And Senator Waidula. Senator Amin.
Present.
Senator Siddiqui.
Present.
Present.
I'm present. I texted you.
Okay, let me not even get to that. Senator Ola Laitan.
Present.
Senator Malhis. Senator Chaudhry.
Present.
Senator Dali. Senator Valenzuela.
Present.
All right, period. Now going into excuse absences. Senator Martinez.
We should excuse Senator Wang,
Order, Chair, my name is not Paul.
That was my.
Oh. What?
Yeah. It's your room.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was very rude. Okay, I'll go back.
I mean, the mark is here.
So stay. Senator Ganesh.
Here.
Senator Singh.
Present.
Period. Now moving into excuse absences. Anybody else's name that I missed? Hey, no passive aggressiveness today. We have a long day. Senator Martinez.
We'll just excuse Senator Wang for the duration of the meeting.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Wang for the duration of the meeting. Do we have a second, Senator Lankrani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankrani. We are now in discussion. Senator Suk, question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes. Senator Jha.
I move into.
Let's just get through this first. Okay, motion's been withdrawn. Senator Martinez.
Alexa Butler until 8:30.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Butler until 8:30. Do we have second, Senator Lankrani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankrani. We are now discussing Senator Wahidullah. Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Yeah.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. Senator Lankrani.
Motion to excuse, Senator McClintock for the duration of the meeting.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator McClintock for the duration of the meeting. Do we have a second, Senator Benderson? Seconded by Senator Benderson. We are now in discussion. Senator Kada.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
None.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. Anything else? I feel like everyone's pretty much here. All right, cool.
But do we know if Levi's gonna come later? Or is that coming?
Yeah, he usually comes around 7:30. We all want to excuse
Yeah.
him for being late. Senator like Ronnie,
Motion to excuse Senator Corlew until 8 p.m.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Corlew until 8 p.m. Do we have a second, Senator Cadal?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Cadal. We are now in discussion. Senator Mahis? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Sorry.
Seeing none, motion passes. We are now moving into IBCSD representative report. I invite Supervisor Lauren Capps to the podium. Do we have a microphone with that? Just make sure to project.
project.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can do
if y'all could project, that would be nice.
You all, right?
Did you get the presentation that I sent you?
Look at you all are-
Ollie, did you get the presentation?
I did. Give me 30 more seconds to pull it up.
Can we make this full screen, please? That's the day. All right, y'all, floor whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Excuse me. I lost my voice a little bit from events this weekend. My name is Laura Katz. I'm your county supervisor. Colleague Eleanor Gardner. She is on point for all things Isla Vista, all things UCSB, and she rocks. So I've been wanting to come here for a long time. I'm super impressed by just watching how fast you run your meetings. My gosh, I'm gonna try to do that next time I have my board hearing, which is on Tuesday. I don't know, has anyone ever been to the County Board of Supervisors, maybe on Tuesday for Sable? Anybody? No? There, awesome. Yeah, that's right. Awesome. Okay, well, I just am gonna give you 2 seconds on, which she knows, on county supervisors. Basically, I don't expect anyone to know what that is. It's not like you wake up, if your, dream come true, like I want to be a county supervisor someday, but maybe some of you will. I hope some of you run for office beyond what you did already. It's pretty incredible. I'm super impressed. But basically, I'm like your mayor because you don't have a city that you live in. The Isla Vista is not a city. You have IBCSD, which is awesome, and we work with them closely, but the county is really your form of government. We pay for the roads, we pay for the trash, we pay for the fire department, the sheriff department. If things go wrong, our job is to try to keep you safe. So that's what county supervisor, there's 5 of us elected on top of a staff of 4,700 people, a budget of 1.6 billion. We are the second largest employer in the county. UCSB is first. So you guys have more of a footprint. County is second. Cottage Hospital is third, just to give you kind of proportionality. So the 5 of us are elected. I have the best district by far because I have Isla Vista, UCSB, and Santa Barbara City College. So I go from basically Ivy to Stearns Wharf, all of the ocean side of Santa Barbara and Unita. And I just give you that to sort of tell you, we spend so much time and energy out here at Isla Vista because you all deserve so much more. Like there's so many things that need to be fixed. There's so many things that haven't happened that should happen. So we've been working really hard since I've been in office for 2 years to just give you more services that students, tenants deserve. Isla Vista is, as you probably know, the most dense, as dense as San Francisco. And there's a lot of poverty. Things haven't been fixed. You kind of get not the best service as you should. So with that, the Board of Supervisors sued UCSB a few years ago because of the lack of housing. And guess what? They settled. And they ended up having to pay the county $3.7 million. My office, working with Eleanor, we got to decide what to do with that. We weren't just gonna decide on our own because I'm elected. So I reach out to people. Listening is my job. So we talked to a bunch of people, maybe some of you, but definitely your predecessors a couple years ago. How should we spend this $3.7 million? Because the charge was it had to go to the health and safety of students at Isla Vista. Top of the list, housing. So what we're doing with this is a very innovative program. We're spending about $600,000 to help you hopefully live in better places, because I am appalled by the living conditions that students and other tenants and low-income families deal with at Isla Vista. It's unacceptable. I think there's price gouging. I think that there's slum lords. I think that it should not be that way, and it doesn't have to be that way. My college experience wasn't like that. So Eleanor's gonna get into the actual details, but basically a big portion of that is to go towards the inspection program. Other things go to roads or parks, better lighting. So you're gonna see a lot of improvements for those of you that are around for a few more years. And it's again, directly coming from that settlement from UCSB. I'm gonna let her talk about the rest of
Great.
the program.
So currently the county does have a few building safety resources for everyone to access. There is an anonymous, basically survey monkey that you can fill out if you experience any kind of hazardous living conditions, whether that's mold or a crumbling fence, if you live on the bluff side of DP. But it's a retroactive process that the county has right now. So a tenant, a neighbor has to go to the county website, file that complaint, and that basically triggers a process to send out a county building inspector to inspect the complaint, potentially issue notices of violation that the landlord would be responsible to fix. But that's still a pretty high bar, especially for young tenants. Often I'm assuming many of you, this is the first time you're living outside of your family or caretaker's home. So we have spent so much time in IB, walking the streets, talking to tenants. And so with this program, our goal is to really flip the script, take some of the pressure and the responsibility off of all of you tenants and actually proactively go door to door to every house in Isla Vista, inspect the property, make sure it's actually up to health and safety standards by the county code. So let's go to the next slide, please. And we'll just give a highlight of some of the goals for this program. So number one, it's improving the health and safety of all of you, all of the Isla Vista residents. It's also increasing accountability for landlords. So our goal by being here tonight, by reaching out to the press, hosting workshops with property owners, is to really make a lot of noise about this program. This program is coming this summer. I'll walk you through the timeline in the next couple of slides. But our goal is to make enough noise and to do enough communication about that the landlords know that this is coming and can proactively fix the things that they know and you all as tenants know that they've probably been neglecting in your homes. So, and then once the inspection takes place, they'll get a checklist of things that they need to fix on their properties, and they'll have to check them, rectify them, or else there will be fees, associated fines, and other types of violation notices.
Let me just check, how many of you have had problems in your apartment or wherever that haven't been fixed? And you complain and nothing happens, right? Okay, how many of you knew that if it's an actual violation, you can file it with an anonymous Google Doc with the county? And if has anyone done it? You don't have to fess up, but most people don't. And that's why these things don't get fixed. So instead, as Eleanor explained, we're just gonna go to them, knock on the door. Hey, can we come check around? I think we're gonna find a lot of things. What do you guys think? Yeah. A lot of things.
Yeah, and so last goal of the program is, in addition to making sure you all have safer places to live, we've also allocated some of the 3.7 million settlement fund in some legal aid support. So we've heard from many of you, from many of your peers, threats from landlords about retaliation, withholding security deposits. So we are baking in that additional layer of support for all of you if it does come to the point where legal action and support is needed. Next slide. So just to paint the picture, you all live it every single day, I'm sure, but like Laura mentioned, there are so many unsafe living conditions that you probably experience in your day-to-day lives on our end.
And they're against the law.
And they're against the law.
That's the point.
Yeah, yeah.
They're against the law. They're not just a bummer and expensive or annoying. They're actually, some of them are really against the law. So that's what we're trying to empower you all and get the word out.
Yeah. And so we've been doing a lot of work. I'm sure you've heard about block safety, but the list really goes on about the other safety and hazards that you all live with, like black mold, fences in disrepair, exposed electrical wiring, no smoke or fire detectors in your house. So all of that and more will be baked into the checklist that the county building inspectors will go to door to address. Next slide. So pretty high level in terms of the next steps and timeline of the program. So our county's planning and development department, it's one of the 13, 14 departments at the county. They are actually going to house and run the inspection program. So right now, for the next month and a half or so, they're actually drafting the language, which will be baked into the county's code to make this official. That language will come to the board to get their stamp of approval. June, we're actually going to make the ordinance live, the inspection program live, and we're timing all of this for the inspections to start this summer. So most students will likely not be on campus, not be in IB, so it's less disruptive for all of you. So inspections will take place starting likely mid-July through the end of August. And then it's really up to the landlords and property owners to make sure that all of the violations that they've been issued are addressed in time for you all to move back in by the end of September when the next school year starts. So next slide.
Yeah, so we're just here because we want you to make noise. I understand you guys have a lot of reach in this campus, a lot of influence. People know who you are. You have a networks. So our goal is that landlords get kind of freaked out about this happening and they take care of things ahead of time so that they don't have to face the fines, they don't have to face all the processes. So we want to make a lot of noise and that's why we're here, is to just ask you, like, tell us what we should do. I'll go talk to anybody. I'll go door to door. Like, we need more people to know that this is coming and that there is this violation form so that tenants start to understand you have rights, even though you're not, you're in your 20s or whatever you are, and you don't have a ton of money necessarily, you have rights. And we want landlords to understand that this is coming. They better fix these things before they're forced to fix them and pay fines on top of that.
Yeah.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
And we'll give you our information. A lot of people have been sending us photos. We then work with the county. Things happen. Things get fixed because I posted on my social media. I mean, we're just trying to make a lot of noise on behalf of all of you that live in IB.
Yeah. Welcome your feedback and thoughts. I have one final slide related to safety, but want to definitely have time for your questions and discussion. So save the date, another safety resource in advance of Deltopia. We are hosting a second annual Narcan distribution event. Maybe some of you helped out and volunteered last year, but we had 50+ volunteers going door to door in IB the Wednesday before Deltopia weekend, handing out Narcan, testing strips, and other safety resources. So again, we'll follow up with this information, but please spread the word. We want to have even more volunteers this year. And more safety and awareness spreading about the resources that are available to all of you and your peers. That wraps up our presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, do you have any questions? Center item?
First off, thank you guys for coming. I think it's so cool that the Board of Supervisors is here and I really appreciate you guys advocating on our behalf. Just some concerns I have. So when I think about like having more charges go to the landlords, my worry is if the costs potentially are reflected in rent increases and how that might affect students or anything you might know on that, because the demand is so high and they're always going to be able to rent it out. So how would you feel about potentially doing something like rent control? Because this could potentially be an area that could benefit from it, because it's not as if the demand is going anywhere and if you set the prices, they're always going to be leasing it out.
Yeah, that's a good point. And mostly I shouldn't have emphasized the fines as much as we just want them to fix the things. And so if they fix the things, they don't pay the fine. So that's the first and foremost. But you raise a really good point of the economic leverage that they have and the power that they have. Rent control, unfortunately, would be hard to pass throughout our entire county, and Isla Vista is in the county. So that would be a hard thing just to get the votes. We have a 5 board. We don't have the votes to have rent control. And so it wouldn't be just rent control here in Isla Vista. It would be the entire county and more conservative parts of the county where it'd be hard to pass. But you raise a good point about the fines and making sure that really what we want is action. The fine is sort of a threat in order to get the action.
And one other piece, there's been rental inspection programs in other jurisdictions. City of SLO did one and it didn't go well because landlords actually had to pay for the inspection of their own properties, even though it was required for them to be inspected. So because we actually have funding from the settlement with UCSB, we're taking that layer and that piece out of the equation. So in flow, the actual inspection fees, like you said, actually did get baked into the tenant rent, and this negates that.
Yeah.
Right there.
But good, really good point.
Yeah.
Because you pay too much.
Thank you for coming today. We really appreciate you coming and thank you for your presentation on the rental inspection program as well. We brought up Deltopia as well, it's a pretty big event, a lot of people come by. I wanted to ask if you have, or if you could provide any information on why the Ivy Foot Patrol is blocking our external vice president of local affairs from setting up community safety centers in Del Pilot Drive.
I wasn't aware of that. We can look into it. I don't oversee the Ivy Foot Patrol. But I can definitely talk to them about that if you want to make me aware of exactly what's happening, so we can try to figure that out with them.
Right,
But it's not like I'm their boss where I can say you can't do that. So that's interesting to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that.
yeah,
Oh, yes, there's a.
there's just a lot of concerns from last year.
Yeah, sure.
We even had the Ivy Foot Patrol lieutenant Garrett still say,
Yeah,
last year the surge was so overwhelming that our deputies were loading people unconscious into our pickup trucks, into our playing cars, into minivans.
yeah.
And driving them to the fire center because we simply did not have ambulance. So it's just really concerning for us as students to hear the extra help from the check. We have the Ivy Foot Patrol, sorry, UCIV has
Yeah.
medical tents that now have students that are CPR trained and also have AED certifications as well. And they've been trained throughout the year, and students feel much more comfortable, reaching out to another student
Yeah,
rather than, cop that would get them in a lot of trouble. So, and they also give out some essential overdose protection materials that have directly saved people's lives.
Absolutely. So the issue is that the external, she can't, tell me exactly what she can't,
So-
they're not being allowed to do. Didn't quite understand that.
I could speak it out.
Yeah, she.
Eleanor, I did reach out to you about this, I believe last month as well. And you
Yeah.
expressed that there was pushback from Border Patrol.
Yeah, and I know you had a meeting scheduled, was it yesterday or
Yes.
today?
It was yesterday. I could speak more on that meeting as well. I mean, I can report and everything else,
Yeah.
but it's just in that meeting, SB County Fire Department, as well as Lieutenant Garrett Tesla,
Yeah.
expressed briefly that they did not want safety stations. They created this structure, like the zone structure,
Yeah,
yellow zone, red zone, blue zone, and they said they didn't want any safety stations on BP, on Sabino, or on Trigo, because they call that a yellow zone, and said they wanted all of those safety stations to be centralized elsewhere in Little Acorn Park and also the community center, for example, for the sobriety. But even when it came to CSB's project being the sobriety center, I don't know if that's something that you guys are made aware of, but the CSB is currently working on a sobriety center, a recovery center for inebriated individuals. There was already pushback on that center. So when it came to UCIB, I'd like to mention that UCIB has been involved very deeply. We've been working with Maya, the CSB, and also I guess Jonathan as well, the general manager, and working directly with their EMT. So we have EMT station ready to go, and we have mobile carts. So there's not an issue of if UCIB station too far, we can't bring people in.
Yeah.
But at that meeting itself, I was told that they have very specific reasons for not wanting UCIB on DP. However, I have previous minutes from other meetings from last year where Tesla stated that the only reason UCIB wasn't placed on DP last year is because of the parks decision to shop at our park that we were contracted to. However, I just have a reason to believe that he just never wanted UCIB to be on DP and that is just something is disallowed, and he is doing that again. And so I just think depriving resources from that vital area is this egregious thing, and I really hope that's able to be solved.
okay, I'll talk about it, and we'll talk about it, but thank you for flagging it, and, yeah, I mean, it's all hands on deck, as far as I'm concerned, with Deltopia.
And helpful to know about the sobering center
No, of course, and thank you guys for listening to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the county puts a lot of resources into Deltopia from so many different departments. It's a massive thing. So I'm sorry, it seems like something we can hopefully work through. Anything else?
Senator Lalo?
I want to thank you both for, really for two things, for being here and for suing us. It seems like that has gone pretty well. And was completely warranted, so thank you. Supervisor, we spoke quite a while ago briefly about the idea of a rate my landlord type of project, which there's been some movement on in AS, but I think we finally allocated the funding for it.
Great.
A few weeks ago when it was called the Civil Society Project, so a bunch of things on and around campus to set up such a website. And that's my first question, is whether you guys have some sort of database or any kind of infrastructure we could tap into that we could build that out of and to make it available to everyone in IV. And secondly, I know you guys work pretty closely with the 74th Senate, our predecessors, on glove safety, and I just haven't really heard anything about it from either senators or at the county level about what's going on there, if there's anything we can get involved with. But thank you both again.
Yeah, no, I love the rate your landlord idea, and we'll see that with this inspection program, there might be more information that we gather. We'll see what the legalities are of sharing that. I don't want to get ahead of things, but we'd love to, I'm all in for rate your landlord as much transparency as possible. So we'll keep talking about that as it gets developed. On the second piece, yeah, bluff safety is top. We've done major stuff on it, raising fence heights, adding lighting, making sure that balconies have to be measured after like twice a year. Landlords are not, by and large, not really cooperating, so it's been really frustrating. But the county's done its part in terms of like the county parks. I know that's not as much where people hang out, but at least we had to do our part and we raised the fence heights. And you know, with the just the certain pieces of education, but it sounds like if you're asking the question, we need to be doing more on education. We talk about it, we do a lot of like media and we bring reporters out here. That's probably not reaching you all. So what I really need help with is like, this would be a great way to do. For example, with Gaucho FYI, we got a video in from one of the moms who lost her son this last fall as people start. I mean, we're just like eager for any ideas because I know how to reach, you know, 55-year-olds in Santa Barbara. How to reach you all is a whole different ballgame of how to do this right. And that's where I would love to partner more. And then we're all in and we potentially have some resources for it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah Vassetti.
On that note, hi, thank
Hi.
you for coming. On that note, I know that there was discussion of adding like bathrooms.
Oh, yeah.
on VP.
That's happening.
Is that happening?
forgot, yeah.
What's the update?
So we, with the money, we also got a permanent bathroom that's gonna happen. It's a while, it costs a lot of money, about $1 million, but because it's the plumbing and all that, but there'll be a nice permanent bathroom. I don't have the timeline for that, but at least a year away, unfortunately. But in the meantime, we maintain my office. We pay for those 4 porta potties. I know it's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. And hopefully people use it. I'll have no idea if it actually saves lives from people not peeing off the bluff. But whatever we can, my whole approach is if you have an idea of something we should be doing, I don't care if it's a silver bullet, we just need to be doing everything we can so that people don't die. Period. So anyone has an idea, we'll pursue it, we'll do the best we can to make it happen. But yeah, bathrooms are coming. Good question, because I totally forgot that.
Sarah Moise.
Thank you for coming.
Sure.
I don't know if I don't remember if you mentioned this in your last presentation, but you probably did. I'm sorry about that, but how often are the inspections going to be again?
Just once each in the summer, which is massive because that's going to all 900 units.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they'll go in the summer. Yeah, but again, hopefully landlords fix things before
Yeah.
the big man comes knocking.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you have a question?
Sure.
Senator Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming. Glad we can get you in here. It's great to have you. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering more about like the whole program process itself. So it will go out of the county supervisor's jurisdiction and into the other department, sorry.
Planning and development.
Planning and development. Do they have open meetings where they do their planning, or is it more of just like a private thing? Like, is there any way to get public input at those meetings, or are those like?
Yeah, through our office. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can let you know when it's coming back to the board.
Okay.
But
that'd be
they're,
great.
basically, it's just building inspectors being told where to go and when.
Yeah.
But
Right,
we're happy to have the input.
And I think once they have the draft language that our office will see, that will be a good time that we can run it by you before it goes to the board for
I
adoption.
love that. So we know how to do that. We have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
guess.
All right, EPLA Myers.
Yeah, sorry to just turn back to this issue, but it's very important. I wanted to bring up the chain between you and me, Eleanor, when we talked like about UCIB.
Talk your shit.
From February 13th.
Yeah.
So that was like part of the concern that came from the fact that you guys said that you weren't like aware of like the case before, of like what was going on. Can I just ask you what Foot Patrol specifically said?
Yeah, and that's what I relayed to you, and I was hoping that, was it yesterday's meeting?
Yeah, and then I was able to, so then but my question was to you, who you, I did respond, and then you said that you would reach out.
Yeah, and Tesla, and I did, and Tesla had shared, which I think I passed on, about concerns from prior UCIB time coming up. And that in the past, students weren't fully equipped with the resources that they needed to address the severity of some of the medical cases. And that was kind of the holdup of transporting students who really needed intense medical care from a UCIB tent to the official triage tent that's official sets up. So I think that's the general concern from Foot Patrol, but like Laura said, you know, we need all hands on deck here, so if there's anything that we can do to help nudge the Foot Patrol, like both on the UCIB front and the sobriety center, and I think they changed their name to like a wellness center
Yeah. it would help.
recently, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
sorry.
I
just-
don't know, but I don't know if we can just take this offline.
Yeah.
I mean, it's super important, but.
Yeah. But happy to follow up, and if you could, I'll connect with Tesla as well, that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'd like to talk to you guys more about this. We do have everything. It just seems there are more concerns with this, the card.
Got it.
Yeah, we'll discuss that.
Okay.
I mean, if you want any help, it just seems like we need to break that and I'll.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought there was another question, but.
That I can stick around to.
Okay, oh, thanks for the.
It's not my meeting.
Yeah, no,
sorry.
it's usually our senators that are recognized. Do you
Got
hold a position within a BCU?
Yeah, I'm sure about you too.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hi, I'm Michelle, this is tenant union, so
yeah.
this is very like, what we do. I get a lot of intake forms about, so my own concern is, if you were to go to these inspections and you see someone living in like garages or places where people can be living, because that's sometimes, or that's most of the time, how people put like the anonymous rent. Is there anything that's gonna be a place to protect them? So when people do kind of invade like their home and say you're living in a garage and you can't live here, so we refuse to fix X, Y, and Z until this tenant moves out. Is there anything gonna be put in place to protect these people?
Yeah, and we're aware of that, it could result in some people losing their housing. We hope not, but it could, so we have an agreement with UCSB to assist in that situation.
Okay.
And also, that's why it's also during the summer, so hopefully it would hit during the turnover time,
Yeah.
potentially, but we're very aware that, like, the last thing we wanna do is displace somebody. And so UCSB is committed to helping, find housing in that hopefully rare situation. Does that make sense? But we wanna get you this information, but I didn't tennis unit.
Yeah.
And maybe we can do the same thing there.
I need to contact someone.
Okay. Yeah, we just wanna make noise. Yeah.
Yeah,
You guys are good at that, I think, right?
yeah.
Hopefully.
Hope so.
Okay, good,
We do tend to be pretty loud.
good.
All right, so do we have any final questions, remarks? If not, I had one. Just because like, I wanted to put something on your radar. I know that cliff safety came up today. Our cliffs will never be safe. They will continue to deteriorate until our habitats are restored. I know they had the East Beach Habitat Restoration Project. We would love to see that extended into IB. Because regardless of what we do, we keep putting higher and higher fences. Our coastline will continue to deteriorate until we take action to restore the land. So I wanted to put that on y'all's radar. I'm really passionate about this and I would love to continue that conversation.
Good,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
All right, I'll have a long day. Yes, Senator Fasandi?
I just wanted to say something really fast, but in the works, hopefully with IBTU, stop, Michaela stopping, whatever, okay. We were planning on doing something like a canvassing, something like that, more information will come. We're planning on like getting the planning process starting next quarter, but I would really like everyone's like help on that, if you wanna join, to go door to door and basically tell tenants about these resources and like she said, make noise. So I'll give you more information once me and Nicola from IBTU meet and plan. And I would love for anyone to join or like input or whatever.
All right, period. Thank you so much. Make sure to put that information in, like send it through email, also send it through everywhere. I'll make sure to continue to give those reports. Hi, Senator Butler. Senator Suk, did you have a question?
Maybe when you're canvassing, you should bring up that people who live in garages should be on the radar that they're might get kicked out of their house.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Maybe something IBTU could think about as well.
Yeah.
All right.
That seems like an issue.
All right, cool. Senator Shaw?
Senator Chair, a motion to adopt proposed agenda item time allocation as written.
Okay, there's been a motion to adopt, it's under new business, adopt the proposed agenda timeline allocation as written. Do you have a second? Senator Lanklani, seconded by Senator Lanklani, we are now discussion. Senator Waidula, question has been called, do you have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing no objections, we will now adopt that. Senator Shaw.
Yeah, if I may add some final remark, we have a really packed agenda tonight. So when we come to BCO report, I would ask you to not thank you them. We all appreciate all their hard work, but the time is running short, so please.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can bake people cookies or something and give them to COC to pass out. Okay. All right, now moving into, let's move into unit reports. We have a lot of them. Senator Ganesh.
Motion to add score to.
There's been a motion to add score to unit reports. Do we have a second? Is this a written report or a fiscal report in person? Written report? Okay. Senator Suk, seconded by Senator Suk. We are now in discussion. Senator Kara. Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Period. They are now added onto the agenda under reports. Can I please have that written report? Can you send me that? Also, it needs to be sent to me, y'all. Senator Ganesh.
Can IBTU go first? They have a meeting at 7:30.
All right, period. Thank you. All right. First of our unit reports, oh, sorry. Okay, period. We do have no, this is in public forum. They don't need speaking agreements, but thank you for doing your due diligence. I invite IBTU to the podium to give their unit report. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna ask that you keep it to 3 minutes. Is that cool?
It'll be so brief.
Okay, cool, go ahead.
Okay, so hi guys, I'm Michaela, chair of IBTU, pronouns she, her. So this quarter, we tabled out all the on-campus housing fairs, presented to other campus orgs in Greek life, held workshops for ourselves and also with Know Your Rights and LRC pertaining to themes of like how to read a lease, how to sign up, how to find housing ID, especially with people who weren't given university housing, so we're handling with that new wave of people needing housing. We also have a newsletter on our website that helps break down leasing jargon. Did the AS grant for rent evictions with Etsy, thank you.
Woo!
Thank you. And then ordered mold kits, so because we plan to have housing resources at Portal Center for free, so mold kits, we want to do toiletries, gloves, anything that you might need, kind of like a food bank, but for housing stuff. Yeah, so working on that. Also building a more relevant housing list with OSA, kind of just a collection of all the leasing properties and Isla Vista. We're trying to do median prices if they allow pets, things like that. So it kind of helps. I know UCSB has one, but it's like filters kind of confusing, but this would just kind of be the master sheet. For the future, we're gonna do the task force with Senator Sandy for cliff safety. Also, EVPLA has reached out to IBTU to fund a cliff memorial for victims of the bluffs who have lost their lives. And that passed, we got to say yes, so that is on the way. Canvas IV to hand out information regarding cliff safety and the eviction grant that we had. And that is all. Thank you.
Period. Just cause time. Anyone have any questions? Anybody on Zoom? Oh. Can you pull up the Zoom? Senator Butler?
No one has their hands raised over here. I
No
think you're.
questions.
Okay, cool. All great stuff. Love to see the work that you're doing. Shout out to Senator Singh. Y'all are dope. Really excited to see how we can change housing conditions here in Ivy and looking forward to spring quarter. All right, thank you so much. All right, moving on to the Teaching Operations Office.
Whoa.
Okay.
Hello again.
Hey, just try to keep it under.
Yeah,
3 minutes.
My name is Abby. I am the Chief Operations Officer for AS, the Chair of the Strategic Operations Office. This is like my official report. I know I talked to you guys the same stuff like a few weeks ago, but the Strategic Operations Office 2 years ago, well, technically 1 year ago, implemented the iPads for Equity project, which has gotten 200 iPads to the low-income students that can't afford technology here at UCSB, and it's been going great so far. The Basic Needs Tech is the one kind of rolling out the program and everything. And yeah, we couldn't have done it with the help from the Senate. So thank you guys for that. And the people are really liking the iPads and are getting use out of them. So it's really exciting. We, as you guys all know, are creating the new strategic vision plan for the next 3 to 5 years. We recently just got approval to work with Credo Consulting. And you can look at the Senate meeting minutes on February 5th to know any other information you want to know about that. The slide deck and the proposal are also there. We will be, once we get the signature from Sean now, we will be convening the Strategic Vision Planning Committee, which will convene and we will discuss different things we want to see. Background work, we're adding Credo to Gateway, just kind of like random stuff like that, and coming up with a payment timeline and everything like that. Another thing we're working on is a mural on campus, which is really exciting. We're working with mental health peers to create this mural, and we are currently meeting with 2 artists right now to see if they'd be interested in collaborating also, because we didn't want to say no. We really liked both their works. And yeah, that should hopefully come at the end of the spring quarter, week 8 during Wellness Week, potentially. And yeah, we're just working on getting that checklist so that the campus can approve that. And then for budget and staff and stuff, we only have honoraria in our budget, so nothing else right now. But we did secure the funding from Credo, or for Credo from the Senate unallocated budget. Thank you guys. And so that will be coming out of our budget. Well, this budget technically from ours, but whatever. Once we have that initial signing of the contract. We have no open vacancies and we do not hold any events. So we are really just looking for these, we're just doing these projects and everything like that. And we're hopefully going to be working on Grand Relief for Education, which you guys will learn more about tonight.
All right, cool. Do we have questions? Senator Burson?
Yeah, thanks for coming. Just a quick question. Where are you thinking of doing the mural? Yeah.
We don't know. If you have a recommendation, please let us know.
Yeah, sounds great. Senator Joe?
Question to the chair, could the chief operation officer also speak at the student sponsor about the locking fee?
Yep.
So lock and fee right now.
Yeah, so we'll move into that right now. Let's just wrap up questions for Senator Lankrani.
Just a quick thing. If you want to get in contact with Senator Corlew, he's not here right now, but Merton House with SB Student Housing Cooperative, they're looking for someone to put a mural on the building.
Yes.
So
okay.
Get in contact with Senator Corlew.
Thank you. Wait, how do you spell his last name?
Corlew.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so.
All right, cool.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so now we will be moving into a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the AS Strategic Operations Office in ballot 2025 edition. Sorry, I was reading the title. If you want to speak as a student sponsor first, and then we'll kind of go into discussion.
Yeah. So again, I'm the Chief Operations Officer for the office, and last year, I've been with this office for 2 years, and last year, we had tried to do the Grand Relief for Education initiative, which would instill a lock-in fee for all students to have Grammarly, basically premium for all students for $4 per quarter per year. That makes sense. Well, no, $4 per year. Sorry, I don't know that. And so we had that, but the language of the resolution was a little bit iffy because we would be contracting directly with Grammarly, and with the extended amount of period of time, there is always the worry that Grammarly could go potentially bankrupt if that was to happen. And so now to remediate those issues, it would be a lock-in fee for the Strategic Operations Office to contract with Grammarly, if that makes sense. And I'm sure you guys will all talk about that more. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what Grammarly for Education is, why it's important, and everything like that. So as I mentioned before, the iPads for Equity program we were really proud of, and we really wanted to bring more equity onto campus, and Grammarly does just that by making it accessible, by making grammar in writing, English more accessible to CLAS people, English language learners, and even people that didn't have that same high school education coming into college. It's really, really valuable for equity among students to receive education, the same education here at UCSB. And so right now, Grammarly Premium costs $144 annually for the Grammarly Premium service. And the data we have is from Grammarly themselves, and 595 students and faculty members have used or are signed up for Grammarly Premium in 2025. So that they paid $150 for the service. With the Grammarly for Education initiative, the lock-in fee, we would have a 91% decrease in that cost, so it would be $4. So that is a big decrease, and it also makes everything a lot more equitable for all students. Because Grammarly Premium, as we all know, is ridiculously expensive at $150. And so we've done a lot of different data collecting, and so we wanted to talk to CLAS, which we did. And one of the interesting things is there, like, CLAS tutors aren't allowed to correct grammar randomly enough, is what we learned. And so this would alleviate all of that. So right now, CLAS can only look at like structural issues in the students' writing when they're going into writing workshops. So Grammarly would really, really help there, and also create a more equitable society and community within UCSB. And we also have some quotes from different individuals that have responded to our survey about this, and they basically, I can share them with you guys later. I can put them somewhere if you'd like me to. But they really are just saying, like, it helps me fix my tone. I am a global studies major, and a lot of my work involves writing. So it just really isn't all encompassing to all majors. Additionally, Grammarly Premium or Grammarly for Education is like a thing that all students have at over 3,000 universities in the nation, including UCSF, which is obviously a UC institution. And so there is a lot of widespread knowledge and adoption of Grammarly for Education in the nation and in California as well as Pepperdine, Chapman, Ohio State, Boulder. All those schools have Grammarly for Education for all their students. But yeah, so UCSB would really, really benefit from Grammarly Premium for all students and for the student body to understand or to gain more equity for all students.
All right, great. I invite the writers of this resolution to speak. So Senator Ranjan Shah, Senator Siddiqui online, and Senator Singh. I'm assuming Senator Shah is going first.
Permission to approach the podium.
Yeah, go ahead. You already have All right, Senator Siddiqui, I'll get you next.
Wait, could I make a quick point of order to add someone as a proxy? For
What? That's not even a point of order. Like, do you just want to make a motion?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your motion?
Motion to add Sohan Sunday Rahan as proxy for Senator Dominic Wang.
There's been a motion to add Sohan Son. Sundara. You know. I speak three left languages, they're all bad. All right, there's been a motion to add them as a proxy for Senator Wang. Do we have a second, Senator Kadal?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kadal. We are now in discussion, Senator Lankalani.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, they are now being added as a proxy. Are they online or in person? Are they here? Oh, hey. Pick the chair. The only chair. All right, Senator Goff, you have the floor.
Thank you. So how many of you, well, your native language, if your native language is not English, please raise your hand. That's quite a lot. In USSB, we have international student with 13% of undergraduate student population. We're supposed to bring here to different perspective, different culture, different experience, and bingo into the community of USSB to create a true free market of speech. Unfortunately, it's far from the reality. I myself is an international student, and I talk with a lot of international students as well. And the common theme is that language has been a vital barrier to communicate. I remember I was having a conversation with Senator Butler yesterday at the budget hearing. I was telling her that I really like the color of her hair, but I don't know what that color is called in English. Well, she is very kind as she tolerates me and helped me find the words. But oftentimes, especially speaking in discussion section and in class, the sheer embarrassment of I don't know what to say is enough to prevent us from speaking out. It is no good for international students, but it's also no good for domestic students. You all have this great results of someone who are at your age, who are working hard at you, but they grew up in a completely different setting, a completely different environment. We're supposed to learn from each other. We're supposed to improve from each other. And that's the sad reality. Solution, which is the Grammarly Premium subscription, or should I say, strategic operation of its starting fee. Grammarly, it will not write your essay for you, but what it does, it will help you with your grammar and spelling, which personally has been my two biggest challenges in writing essays. I have ideas, I have a lot of ideas, but to present it properly on paper, it's very challenging. I want to speak a little bit more about the reason it was shut down last year. So I've tried to put a login fee for the Grammarly directly on the Spanish language. So basically it says each USSB student will pay $4.50 a quarter for Grammarly Premium, Grammarly education. The thing is, since Grammarly is an outside company, we can now directly mention them in the login fee language. So it's a new language. It's outside it creates a login fee for the Strategic Operations Office, which is the same across every single BCU of AS. And then once they have the money, they will do whatever they feel is best for students of USSB, which I have a feeling will be Grammarly. I believe that's conclude my speech. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, we still have two other people that will speak. Senator Siddiqui, you want to say something?
Yeah, I don't have much to add. Just super grateful to be added on to this resolution. Senator Zah did most of it. He's amazing. He deserves all the props in the world. So thank you, Senator Zah. And I yield my time to Senator Singh.
Senator Singh?
Yeah, not much to add, much to share. Thank you, Senator Zah, for adding in the resolution as well. It's really, we got back there and it's going to be beneficial to you.
All right, period. Discussion time.
Question from me and Abby.
Yeah, Abby wants to take questions too. Senator Sandy?
Wait, I have a couple of questions. Is it okay if I just ask them and they answer? I'll
Go ahead.
ask, I promise. Okay, first of all, thank you guys. This is a great idea. Love it. I just had a couple of questions. So first of all, I just want to clarify if it is $4 per student per year or per quarter.
Quarter.
On the resolution, it's per quarter, but I think
Yeah,
mine said-
sorry, that was my mess up.
Okay, no
Yeah,
worries.
per quarter, $4 per quarter.
Okay, that was question one. Also, question two, have you received any data from Grammarly on the usage rates of like UCSB students who have actually used Grammarly Plus in the past?
Okay, yes, kind of. So the data that we do have from them is the 595 students and faculty, that combines both of them, that have registered with a UCSB email or have selected that they attend UCSB when they're using Grammarly Premium. So that data is honestly skewed. Like you could just be using your personal email, not your UCSB email for Grammarly Premium. We would have no idea, but that's the data that.
I mean, I myself, I've been paying that $144 since my junior year in high school. So it's really, I would say, a necessity for a lot of international students.
Does anyone, does anyone use Grammarly like the free version right now?
Audience two, y'all can
Yeah.
participate.
Anyone use Grammarly, the free version? Yeah, I do, and it's really, really helpful, and I'm a native English speaker, and I mess up quite often, and it's really a lifesaver, and so I think it definitely shows that a bunch of people do.
No, I use Grammarly, so I love it. If you can get any data on how many students also use like, just the free Grammarly, that would be helpful to just know like how many students, this could be beneficial to, because I don't know, some students might just not want to use it at all. Okay, that's one of my other questions. Another one is, so how do we know like this will actually be implemented using this lock-in fee and something similar to like, I don't want to like put any shame on anything, but LinkedIn Learning, how do we know that something similar to LinkedIn Learning will happen? And let's say, for example, there are issues implementing Grammarly Plus for the students at UCSB, what then happens to the lock-in fee?
That's, I can.
I'll start with by the usage of the Grammarly and the evidence talks more about the detail about the program. So unlike LinkedIn Learning, where it's an individual website, it's almost feel like another canvas. I already have a canvas, but I set up another learning website. But Grammarly is very different. It's a plugin in your browser. It's a plugin in your Word document. So it will pop up almost constantly to remind you it exists, and you messed up and you need to recorrect it. So I'm happy to get back to you with more research on that. But from my personal perspective, it's really easy to use and it's very hard to not use, if that makes sense. And if you can add more on the project side.
Yeah, so I think I understand your question. You're one, like, if making sure, like, basically, our office wouldn't pay for LinkedIn free, or LinkedIn.
Like, I'm just wondering if, in case anything happens to the contract between like.
I see.
UCSB and Grammarly, what will happen to the lock-in fee and how do we ensure
Yeah, I
that
think
all
you
the
can.
kinks are worked out with the contract before
Yeah.
the lock-in fee is introduced?
So that's a wonderful question. At the end of the body language, it has a clause that everything not used by the strategic operation office but goes back to Sydney for general assignment. So to put it, let's say the worst case scenario, I would say, well, let's say a tsunami hit us and we are all swimming in the sea. That money will still be there. It still be for the benefit of students to be used by the associated students. So if anything went wrong, the money will still be there and it won't be started with strategic operation office, but it will be a free money for the entirety of the situation to use. And the usage will be there and Senate.
I'm so sorry, one more thing to add.
Oh my God.
I'm
Does
so
anyone else have
sorry.
questions? Senator Suk?
So if you haven't reached a formal contract agreement with Grammarly, where is the $4 per student?
They told us
It
that.
was an estimate.
Yeah, well, that's because they have that number for students, so if you go, well, I'll show you, I don't wanna get the price breakdown wrong. But if like the university or the contract is for more than 2,000 people, it would be this amount. If it's for more than 15,000 people, it would be this amount. And so it's base, like it's the standardization of 91% off $4. Well, $4 is because of how many students we have, but it's 91% off.
So,
Like how far along would you be in the contract process by now?
Well, great question, because we haven't, it was denied last year, the law can be on the ballot. We are just restarting this contracting agreement. So we were extremely far in the process last year, until about end of May, and then
But as someone who are also involved in last year's process, Grammy has been extremely helpful and really wants to do that deal with us. So if we can secure funding, I have no doubt that they'll be ready to do it with us.
Senator Moyes.
Thank you guys so much for coming up and presenting this resolution and project. Coming from a person in which English was not my first language, you guys claim that Grammarly would create equity for English language learners, CLAS students, and students in general to access the English language better. However, pushing more students to use Grammarly, which is a large corporation that charges a large sum of money for an annual subscription, I believe that relying on a program that instead of educates students on the English language, it just fixes their mistakes and provides an easy solution for them. Yes, it decreases time spent on writing emails, letters, and assignments. However, we are college students. We should be able to learn how to correct our grammar mistakes and spelling mistakes. You mentioned that the strategic operations mentioned that even CLAS providers are unable in helping with some technical grammar questions, and now only can do like structural stuff. I don't know the exact details. Isn't this an issue that will only get worse by relying on Grammarly? I understand, yes, it doesn't write your assignment like a general AI would, such as ChatGPT, but it would create an increased reliance on some sort of program, fixing and spelling grammar mistakes. And I believe in the long run, this would not benefit English language learners and CLAS students compared to referencing direct sources such as Purdue OWL and other university resources to learn grammar and writing structure. So I wanted to ask if there's actual proof that Grammarly seriously improves English language learners' comprehension and helps them to actually learn rather than just providing them assistance, which will become a reliability and increase the use of getting subscriptions to Grammarly.
That's a bunch of questions that obviously certain layers to it, so I'll try to answer them one by one if that's meant by with you. Thank you. So the first question is, should students, especially international students, rely upon Grammarly to change their spelling and grammar instead of doing it themselves? And I do think that's a good question. My answer to that is both. As students, we have to learn ourselves, no doubt about that. That's the whole purpose of our education. At the same time, you can't really learn until you know where you went wrong. Grammarly, it will tell you where you went wrong, and I won't speak on other people's experience, but for myself, I will take a look at the facts. I'll try to figure out where I went wrong and how I can improve next time. Obviously, if you are just using it to accept all suggestions, then it's not helpful at all. But that's the point of bringing it to the student body. They will have the final say on that. The only way this learning phase is going to pass is 2/3 of students are agreeing with that. So I think it's about results, and you may have a different opinion. Fortunately, we are in democracy, and students, and by allowing the Grammarly learning to be on the ballot, students will have the chance to decide. Second question. You mentioned that the price of subscription, which is really high. I paid $144 for 5 years now, and I think have much better use of those money. And that's exactly the aspect we are trying to tackle with that routing fee. By having a 91% discount, the annual price per student will be $13 instead of $145. It's still the money students have to pay. but it's way less than what they originally had to pay. And thirdly, you mentioned if there are studies done on Grammarly improving students' comprehension skills and writing abilities. I'm very glad you asked this question because as members of the association, as officers, it's our job to do our honest for the students in their academics and personal life. I'd be happy to do some more research on it. But out of my head, my answer is probably no. Probably cannot.
I think the.
1 minute warning.
The data is within the 3,000 universities that use it currently, and I would argue that they're not learning English less, if that makes sense. I think that is the data we have right now. Senator Zhao was saying that, we don't have that current data to know exactly how much, if that would affect English language learning, but he did say that we have an obligation and a duty to serve the people of UCSB, and I think that this is beneficial.
Period. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Is it okay if I go back and forth for a second?
No, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, I wanna draw attention to the senators that if we approve every single lock-in fee that people are proposing on the floor today, we will be adding $253 in lock-in fees to students. And that goes against every single thing that we ran on. That is not our platform. We are not trying to add more money to student lock-in fees.
That's a great question.
Sorry, I have more.
That was the 30 seconds.
I think one sentence, if I'm wrong.
No, the way that we timed it, it was for discussion included.
I know, but
So this is not like public forum.
I think it's.
Can you just answer the question?
Sure. My answer to that is that Grammarly is a service. It's not an experience for the strategic operation office. Like, well, I won't name anything here, but it provides a service. The service student will use. It's for the benefit of students. It's not within the AS. And all it does is give students a right to choose. It has to be adopted by 2/3 majority, which is a huge threshold. And one more thing I will add is that of course, our student fee is atrocious high. We are the highest, most expensive AS within the entire United States of America. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't pursue program that is actually beneficial. For instance, the food bank lock-in fee is on the ballot tonight. I'm fully in favor of funding it because it provides an actual service. And we want the Grammarly lock-in fee the same way. Of course, our opinions may differ, but our pleading with you is to let students have some chance. Please. Right. You want to add anything?
You covered it. Thank you.
All right, we're at time.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
Will someone make a motion? Help feel this in your next time. So I'm pretty sure we have to either pass or reject this today. Wait.
Chair.
Okay.
That's a favor from me, please.
If that's how y'all feel. Senator Perseni.
Wait, can I motion to add something on the agenda that I emailed?
No. Have you seen our agenda? I mean, Judd did the time for it. We're gonna leave here at 1:30.
Okay, however, I do think that it's important that things get discussed,
We're leaving here at 1:30 AM. If this was added beforehand, I would have considered it. But now we're moving back into BC reports.
Yeah.
Senator Zhao?
Since we already had discussion about regulation law.
All right.
Sarganash,
Motion to pass a resolution approving to the login fee for the Grammarly for education subscriptions on ballot.
all right, there's been a motion to pass a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Grammarly for education subscription on ballot. Do we have a second, Senator Whitehula?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Whitehula. Here now discussion, Senator Chadwick. Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, now we are going into a vote. I'd like to recognize the fact that Senator Singh is in here. Do we have any other senators that are not present? No, okay. We're gonna be moving by hand vote. So hands up for yes to pass a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Grammarly for education subscription on ballot. Oh wait, do I have to count? Sorry, I thought you were gonna count.
Voting, so.
All right, hands down. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Senator Siddiqui voted twice. Okay, no, he figured it out. Abstentions? 1, 2. Right.
Two set, passed.
All right, and it passes. Moving on. No 7 abstentions, 2, it passes. All right, now moving on to go ahead. To the community financial fund. Hey, y'all.
So much.
Happy Ash Wednesday?
Yeah, it is.
Period. Right. We're listening to a report. Let's please pay attention.
So hi, I'm the Journal Vice Chair for GFF. The Community Financial Fund focuses on students' understanding of financial literacy topics that help guide students throughout the personal finance management journey. So for this quarter, we have led about 9 grant workshops that have awarded 387 students with a $200 grant, which is a total of $7,400. Additionally, we have also hosted and will be hosting speaking events. We have Joe as well as Professor Elisa. And we have also partnered with departments and classrooms to deliver financial literacy services. And we are currently prepping for our annual conference that will be going on in April.
All right, thank you. I don't know if you said this in your report, but how many people benefited from
The grant?
yeah, the grant?
387.
387
Yeah.
students. That's just this quarter.
Yes. We do it
Nice.
every quarter.
Yeah. That's pretty dope. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you so much for coming today. All right, y'all, let's not clap. Moving on to the Transfer Student Alliance. Hey,
Hi,
I really like your jacket.
thank you. All right, it's gonna be really quick.
All right.
My name is Leo. I'm the newly appointed chair for the Student Alliance. Basically this quarter, we didn't have much because in the beginning of the quarter, there was only about 3 people in the board. And then there was about 3 people, including myself, that got appointed beginning of February. So since then, we've just kind of been recruiting for more people. We still have like 4 vacancies now. And so now our main thing is just planning for spring quarters, and yeah, that's about it.
All right, cool. Have you reached out to our committee on committees for help in recruitment?
Yes, so they did that for last quarter, but they were having troubles with the recruitment because I mean, personally, when I got interviewed, it was right before Thanksgiving and I didn't get the appointment until February. And so it just took a little bit of time, and so now we kind of took that job, and so we're doing our own recruitment now. Just last week, we just appointed two more people, and so it's just going a little quicker now. So yeah.
Yeah, make sure to just stay in touch, send those appointments to me and make sure to send in those minutes as well, but y'all are doing great.
Perfect, thank you.
Do you have any questions? All right, thank you so much. All right, moving on to Codes report was written. I can read that right now. All right, Codes quarterly report reads as follows. This quarter, AS Code is committed to finalizing the logistics of the DCC Disability Cultural Center Task Force, which meets every 2 weeks with DSP, AS Food Bank, QCen, and AS Admin to develop a renovation plan as well as structure to the new Disability Cultural Center. At this point, AS Code has proceeded with finalizing renovations to take down a wall, widen doorways, replace doors to the center and the accessible bathroom, install actuator. I don't know what that means. And add accessible doorknobs to the cultural center. AS Code has signed off on an estimate for $47,000. AS Code has worked with MCC to bring Paralympic swimmer Jamal Hill to UCSB for spring quarter for speaking event. Together, Code has worked with developing a contract with Jamal and with MCC programming coordinators to ensure logistics and structure to the event. Additionally, Code has met with multiple AS orgs and DSP to lobby for funding towards Jamal speaking. Code has worked with Housing Helper, an app developed by a UCSB student to develop its accessibility features on the app. There has been tireless meetings to add new app features such as wheelchair accessible buildings, elevator strobe lights, barriers to the front door. This ensures students have access to more accessibility related information when applying for housing in Isla Vista. Code has worked on featuring and educating the community on disability justice activists, revamping the Code website and Instagram to connect with the community and make platforms more user friendly. If you have questions, reach out to their external affairs chair, That's it. All right, now moving on to the next report. Yeah, no, I heard you, like, I'm just gonna forward this to y'all. Is that fine?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I'm just gonna do the AS minutes. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. It came back. I thought it was gonna be that one feature on the song. It's not. It's not the song of today. And that. Right, all right, now moving into the Office of the Attorney General's report. Are they physically here? Anyone from the office? Let me check really quick if that was online. If not, moving on to the Pardall Center's report. Yeah, is that you? You can reach the podium. Woo! I was at the Pardall Center today. It's looking very nice with the new furniture. Yes. Yes.
Can I start?
Yeah, you can start when I.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Hannah Adams. I'm the chair of the Pardall Center Governance Board. As you know, we have our budget hearings this week and last week at the Pardall Center for all AS organizations. I hope you guys all like the space. As you know, we do have new furniture that came in fall quarter. And this winter, we are applicating a storage policy for AS organizations. So we are having a Google form out where AS orgs can come fill it out and we can offer them the space. We're currently in the process of buying more storage space because we have a high demand of orgs wanting to store their items for their events at our center, but we only have limited storage. I would like to congratulate my staff members and my board members on a really great winter welcome. It was week 1 of winter quarter and 600 community members came to that event. We had AS Small Artists Co-op engage with us in bringing small local vendors and helping out supporting Isla Vista community. We gave out free meal tickets to those that came and attended our events. We had cyanotyping, bracelet making, yes, and we had a band. It was a really successful event. We are working on a vision plan this quarter. We are hoping to implement that next quarter, a vision plan, basically everything to revamp the space. Staff members are working on that, anything between repairs with water damage to more snacks, more computers and more printing services. We had around 600 students come in for printing, 600 to 2,000 students come in for printing this quarter. free black and white, free color printing. We have scanning, linking out. We have free snacks every day. We had just provided a new kitchenette service as well. And we host a lot of EBPLA events with Owen Myers. We had STI Screen-a-thon. We also created a wildfire pamphlet for those affected for the UCSB students affected with the LA wildfires. We created a pamphlet of what UCSB could do for students that were affected. And yes, we are hoping to have CPR training for all our staff members and board members beginning next quarter before Deltopia, so that we're all ready to open up for Deltopia. It'll be a safe space for students to come in, take a seat, grab some water, grab some snacks during that day. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions? All right, for a second.
No questions, just a comment. Thank you for letting us host the budget hearings at Cordell Center.
Of course.
Really good place, and then thank you for letting us host the finance committee meeting Monday as well.
Of course, thank you. That is what we're here for.
All right, very good. Any other questions? All right, seems like we have none. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you. Have a great night.
You too. All right. I just see a minutes real quick. Just take a look at that thing. It's on the PDF folder. All right, now moving into judicial council's report. Anybody from judicial council here? Huh? She's not gonna be here till later. Well. Sucks. Take back the night. Yay! I'm a hypocrite, I'm sorry. Bruh. Okay. All right, y'all have the floor whenever you're ready.
I'm Evelyn, I'm the external chair, and I'm Kaylin, I'm the internal chair of Take Back the Night. This year, we've really gotten, or well, this quarter, sorry, we've really gotten like stuff going well. We went on our board retreat, this is our first one. We hosted our town hall, which is taking over from SASA, because Senate passed last year that now. Yep, SASA, you get it. We had a self-care event, a yoga event, stalking awareness event, and we've been tabling consistently and provided food at all of those events to give out to students to raise recruitment and awareness for our mission.
We've been working with CARE to plan some events for Sexual Assault Awareness Month, including a rally, we're doing like more consistent tabling, and we're hoping to bring back some Denim Day events from last year. We are still helping fund the Thriving Initiative, which is also something we took over from SASA from last year. And then we have currently no vacancies on our board, but we will start interviewing for spots for 2025-26 school year, because me and like most of our board are leaving. And then totally we've spent about $11,300. And then we're also like working with STESA, Standing Together to End Sexual Assault, to promote the Race the Bar initiative.
Yeah, and have our board members participate and volunteering for that. I also just want to say thank you to the senators that are on the ad hoc committee, and thank you for creating that.
All right, period. Is that all? All right, questions? All right, start off with you.
Just want to say thank you for all the work you do. It's so good to finally meet you in person, and I'm looking forward to working with you guys.
All right, start off with you. Oh, sorry, cut off.
I would just like to echo the sentiments of Senator El-Khatib and just really let you guys know that anything I can do to support you guys, please feel free to reach out. Any contact information you want, let me know.
Thank you.
All right, here. Looking forward to the town hall. It's always great. Send it right in.
I know we'll get to this in the budget deliberations, but just to confirm, it's been 11K out of the total budget. And what was the total budget?
That's actually really confusing, because SASA's money was like really confusing and got lost, but from what we've talked about, that got transferred. So I think it's around out of 80,000.
Okay.
And we're planning on spending way more in April.
Yeah.
Okay,
sexual assault awareness month.
Durganesh.
I emailed you about this already. Yes. That Southside does not have any money, does not have any money, it was in deficit, and you guys inherited them.
I think we were working with someone else, we figured out that, it like was already transferred. And so we inherited their money at the end of last year, I believe.
I think
Oh, no, we didn't-
Senator Iden could help.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm pulling up the account right now. Sorry. Did that ever get resolved with Michael? Or not yet?
It sounds like yes.
To our understanding.
And when I got the budget packet,
It was included?
it seemed like it was included,
Okay.
yes. So
Very
I think it did get transferred because SAFSA created a budget for this year.
Yes, SASA was at 23.9.
Yeah.
So it's 23.9 plus
Yeah.
43 was your original budget, so you're at like 60-ish, okay.
And then plus our forward.
All right, cool. Do we have any questions? All right, nice. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
You just
Stop clapping. Swear to God. Now moving into the bike committee. I know we're feeling the love,
We have so much love in our
but we have so much on the agenda for the amount of love in our hearts. Y'all have the floor.
I'm Anthony, I'm one of the co-chairs of the committee.
Any of the other co-chairs. So our main focus this past quarter has been on the ILP path. We formally started the process in January, and last week we actually just approved 100K for the planning and design process. So no construction, but to get to the construction phase, we just approved that. We have a mock-up design. Really excited about, so we brought it. We also have spring break repairs scheduled at the visitor center in Cheadle and military science and film. Yeah.
And then non-infrastructure, like outreach stuff, we've been working a lot with like the vice chancellors and like all these different campus admin about how we can still reduce the safety situation in that area before this path is able to get built, which could take like at least a year, probably two or more. But so we released that skit you might have seen on our Instagram account. That was just sort of like staging a crash in this area and just telling people not to bike through there. We've also been working with this student group from a class called the Bike Safety Initiative Group, who are working on an orientation module that will be like published by the orientation people, but not technically required because they can't for legal reasons, but it will be available. And it goes over like safety and etiquette and just general UCSB bike information for incoming freshmen. We've also been considering like temporary signage and other educational campaigns around the same issues. But yeah, that's it. Oh, we also want to say thanks for that resolution you guys passed a couple weeks ago regarding the funding that we're definitely gonna need for construction. So this was $100,000, well, not this, but $100,000 so that this conceptual plan can be made like official with all the like environmental impacts and materials needed. And then we'll need funding for the actual construction, which will probably be at least another $1 million. We're gonna try to beg the budget office for money. We're also considering, even though it may be controversial, another lock-in fee next year though, because it's too late to do that this year. But yeah, any questions for us?
All right.
Killer. This is killer, guys. I honestly, would you guys mind passing around the room so we could?
I think it's advisors.
If not, if you're worried, that's fine. I don't trust myself.
Like, come up with.
Do we have any more?
No, I'm so good.
Senator Iden?
My one question / recommendation to you, first off, just great job doing this. This is so awesome. People talked about this for so long. Was maybe make a proposal for the regions, because oftentimes when infrastructural things need to be built, you make a proposal with the regions, and sometimes you might be surprised whether or not they cut you a check or not. So it's always worth a try.
Yeah. Also, I just wanted to note, this was drawn by Ernest Bernie. He's a project manager and an architect who's been with the university, but he just kind of joined our team, and he's doing like a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of communicating with the engineers and the landscape architects to actually make this happen. So
shout out to.
Just really quick, have y'all spoken to, Office of Budget and Planning or Campus Planning Committee?
Yes, we're like in meetings with them every couple of weeks about this. We haven't totally, because we don't have the actual construction cost estimate until this like $100,000 phase we just started is over. We can't like exactly request funding yet because we just don't know the exact dollar amount, but they definitely are aware of our funding need.
That's dope. Very excited. Any more questions? Anyone online? Seriously?
Yeah. Thank you for doing this. It seems really cool. I just, I worked with the UPSA from last year, and I have to actually conversation with them about this as well. And they told me that campus wouldn't want to go for this because they believe that that area is very busy. There's about 2,000 people are in that area every half an hour, so building a bike path to that would be dangerous. I just wanted to ask if there were like any changes to that, or if there's been additional accommodations.
Is it danger you're referring to like after it's built, just creating more traffic in the area, or like the danger of while it's under construction and there being people coming through?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, after it's been built, you know, like the bike paths through a very busy area.
We convinced them of the reality that after the bike path is back there, it'll actually make it safer because there's the same amount of circulation regardless. But right now, there's just no official delineation between where people are biking and where people are walking. So once this is back, it'll definitely make it safer than it is now, rather than like increasing any traffic. And yeah, the campus people who sort of had that thought or just for whatever reason, when the final design for ILP was approved like 6 years ago, they knocked out the bike path. But now they've agreed to bring it back.
All right, nice. We're kind of at time, but thank you guys so much for coming. Really excited about these plans. Moving into our next report is COSWEB. They sent it online, but I'll be reading it. It's attached to the agenda. Oh, then why did you send a written report? Okay, try to keep it under 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Leanne. I'm one of the co-chairs of COSWEB. Yes, I did send in a written report, so you guys can see the details. I won't go over everything. But for our expenditures for winter quarter, we spent $2,628. That's excluding honoraria, so that's 23% of our total budget. But with honoraria, that's about 31%. Some events that I'd like to highlight that we did this year or this quarter, we have our weekly Pilates classes as always. We also did 2 mental health first aid trainings. And then our big event this quarter was our Winter Wellness Wonderland. So everybody on the board collaborated for this. We had a band show with 3 Ivy bands, free super hookahs, tacos, a petting zoo, free photo booth, slime making table. We had other orgs tabling. And it's just a big fun event. We also did a screening of the movie Wicked, and we have some upcoming Studio Ghibli study jam type things and Silence Essential Food coming up. So feel free to check those out if you need some free food for finals. Some other things that we did, our publicity coordinator and fitness coordinator did like a COSWEB winter bingo, so people could like take pictures of them doing different self-care things, and we had a giveaway for that. And some projects that are in the works right now. First week of spring quarter, I'll be doing another overdose prevention week with Gashes for Recovery and PMHC. So we'll be giving out overdose prevention kits, and also lots of like free food. So make sure to stop by. It'll be at the Arbor if you can get some free food and some Narcan. And another project I've been working on is also with PMHC and Gashes Recovery is a project to put Narcan boxes into all of the university housing, so all the residence halls and university apartments. And we seem to be on track to get that implemented by next fall quarter.
Great. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions? Senator Lala?
Thank you for being a great example for the entire association. Any support you need, you always got us here.
How's it?
Mhm.
Okay, I thought you weren't doing the whole thing. Anybody online? Alright, let's see, so Put it on.
I may make a remark. We have a really tight schedule tonight. We all appreciate all the hard work BCU have done, but let's refrain from just say thank you and ask the question, and now we can just move on. Thank you, again.
I'm not being a dick on purpose, I swear. IVCRC.
Hello, Senate. We'll make this short, we'll make this sweet. IVCRC had a very successful winter quarter. Our Valentine's Day event was a very huge success. We spent about $2,500, and we had over 300 people in attendance. I hope you guys, some of you guys were able to make it as well, to get your own little Valentine's Day gift box. We are having kind of a mediocre year in terms of funding. I'm not sure if there is just less community, events this year compared to previous years, but our budget is still sitting at over $200,000. So the committee is requesting the help of Senate to spread the word that IVCRC is open for funding. We're looking to have zero rollover this year, so please help spread the word that if you are making some kind of event within the community that's open to not just UCSB students, but also to the community, we're more than happy to fund you. But please note that we do have a few big items coming up as well with community events, as well as our Pardall Carnival. We're spending around $80,000 on that. It will be on May 4th. Please look forward to it. We are working with faculty to get a dunk tank. So you might see some of your favorite professors getting dunked. You might have an opportunity to dunk your favorite professors as well. Other than that, we're still increasing our community collaborations, et cetera, open to questions.
Alright, Sarah Sadi.
I'm happy that you are looking to fund people because I know that Chabad is looking for another funding source to fund their mega Shabbat that they have every year. I think they're looking for around $20,000. I might be wrong, but it is a community-wide event where people can come have dinner. I'd love to.
We're actually.
It was already approved.
It was approved.
We're already funded them for $32,000. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I know they came to
Please
finance
read the minutes, y'all.
We are very much open to funding them more if they
Yes.
require more assistance.
They might require more assistance. I'll have them reach out.
Alright, thank you. Any further questions? Anybody online? Alright, that seems to be it.
Thank
Thanks
you very much.
Alright, moving on. Committee on committees. Oh, they also sent it online. Let me find that right now. Yeah, I also wanted to see them, my questions. All right, Winter Quarter Center report from the Committee on Committees. Basically. My computer went down. My computer does not want to read this. All right, so committee impact, I'll start with our budget. Committee does not have any vacancies right now. They hired additional outreach and recruitment coordinators that began winter quarter. They spent $75 this quarter, excluding honoraria. Used to fund food for the chairs meeting and print more tabling resources. As y'all know, they have a chairs meeting every single quarter. Committee impact this quarter so far, the COC websites have had over 30 applicants for various positions. We're working with 4 different VCUs to advertise and recruit their positions. This includes TSA, which they came today and said that that is no longer a service that they need. IV Arts Board, EVPLA, and the Liaison Committee and EVPSA. They filled the following positions: TSA's co-chair, Health and Wellness Coordinator, Communication Director, and Internal Director. IV Arts Board Vice Chair, Word Representative, IV Live Representative, and Magic Lantern Representative. Currently, the Committee on Committee is working on recruit for EVPSA, the Liaison Committee, and EVPLA. If you're PCU and you're looking to fill any positions, please fill out the spreadsheet, which is linked in the agenda, which will be linked into the agenda. Or contact any member of the committee. We'll do our best to complete your request promptly. The committee has also remained in contact with the Liaison Committee, Internal Vice President's Office,
and various senators to provide input on changes within the association appointment process. The COC remains open to maintaining a positive climate within AS, and if you'd like to come into a COC meeting or discuss any issue, please contact them. They held an event February 19th, the chairs meeting, they table weekly, and they're planning for the AS recruitment fair in the beginning of spring. To advertise and recruit for open AS positions. One question they have for senators that they have been working with the design review committee to fill their student representative position per an email chain titled DRC or design review committee recommendation. They're currently waiting for the appointment to be approved by the president and facilitated through their executive assistant before being added onto the Senate agenda. Please let us know if there's any more we need to do for this to be facilitated. Seems like they got it. If y'all have any questions, reach out to Damon or Sasha. And I will be now sending that to the minute takers. Just give me a second. And my tab just crashed because I have too many tabs open. They're crazy. All right, I just sent that to y'all. Let me know if you don't receive it. Moving on to the EAB report, which I will also be reading. So currently they have no vacancies. For outreach, they've continued to post on Instagram on 2 different accounts, the EAB Instagram with 2,400 followers and 43K views in the last 30 days. Good for them. And as part of the Stop Sable Student Coalition account with 386 followers, I urge that y'all follow. They sent out 2 weekly emails, their general meeting reminder and their newsletter to our Shoreline members. They have 810 current members. They've also continued to collaborate with other organizations on campus, including but not limited to the Women's Center, the SRB, IVRPD, and AS Recycling. They're having their weekly general meetings at 7 with vegan, not free snacks for everyone. They always have breakout session topics hosted by different share groups. They're running a Stop Sable pipeline campaign. They held a film screening event about the 2015 Refugio, I don't know if that's Spanish or not, Coast oil spill, an organizing meeting to prepare students to make comments and send emails to the Board of Supervisors, which Supervisor Cap talked about today. They did the EAB clothing and hobby swap at our general meeting. Okay. They had Stewardship Saturday volunteering events, which are restoration of various parks and green spaces in IV, hosted by events chairs. They did social events such as garland making, watercoloring, interesting, Valentine's card making, soap making, hosted by events chairs. They had the Environmental Justice Library grand opening in the Women's Center, hosted by the Environmental Justice Chairs. They had an EAB Green Chef, which is a sustainable cooking competition. And then they held the coalition event for environmental orgs on campus to network, hosted by their advocacy chairs. Other highlights, they're working with Environmental Law Club, CalPERD to stop the restart of the Sable pipeline. They helped organize student involvement at the Board of Supervisors hearing on February 25th, including giving direct public comment, speaking at a press conference, etc. They're having voting representatives on the Green Initiative Fund, the TGIF Fund, with UCSB, which is with UCSB Sustainability and the Chancellor's Sustainability Committee. They're continuing to plan for Ivy Earth Day Festival. They have the Winter Quarter Environmental Justice Book Giveaway. Just growing their social media presence and sending out emails to administration and communication chairs. And they have bi-weekly meetings with every chair position on EAB core to stay connected and up-to-date with progress. As of right now, they spent $4,500. This number does not include honoraria, but they expect this number to increase as they continue buying snacks for their weekly general meetings, buy items for Ivy Earth Day Festival, the plastic-free fair, and other materials for tabling, general meetings, etc. The biggest purchase they've made this quarter is for shirts for Ivy Earth Day, where they host a tie-dye event with multiple other events in spring quarter. Shout out, I guess I'm supposed to shout this out. The Earth Day Festival will be on April 26th, yay! If y'all have any questions, reach out to,
I believe it's Bella and one other person that I'm not remembering. Who's that? Who's the Jeffrey Avery? Yeah, it's Bella Ponce and someone else. Sending this to the minute takers now. Oh, y'all already have it? Yeah, okay, cool. Now moving on to score. You sent it to me? Okay, cool, yay. More things that I have to read. Where's that? You wanna read it?
Sure.
I'm gonna let Alejandra read it. Oh, Senator Martinez, my bad.
Okay, wait, no, that's the food bank.
What is it? It's only the board and the center.
I want to use the food bank card.
Okay,
Can I just read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Chair.
Oh, my bad.
Okay, Chair.
My bad. I'm looking at the email thread. Oh, no,
No, that was from 44 minutes ago.
exactly,
This is
exactly.
an hour ago.
I'm not crazy.
Definitely.
I see it. Yeah. All right, let's pretend that I'm Cecilia Aiden. Hi, I am Cecilia Aiden, co-chair of SCORE, and we'll be delivering our quarterly report. SCORE's job is to aid in providing a comfortable learning environment for persons from underrepresented and marginalized communities. We do this through funding groups aligned with our mission statement and holding educational workshops and events. There are no more vacancies on our board. Question mark. SCORE spent $37,310.09.92, which makes up 35% of their budget with rollover 85% without. Good job. Items completed. The restorative justice collaboration with admin, hired a conference chair, and collaborated with ideas for an educational workshop. Words are hard. HRB collaboration. What does activism mean to you? Think about it. Funded Lebanese Social Club, Black Scholars Soiree, Society of Asian Scientists and Engineers, Comunidad Latina Graduation, Crossing Borders Conference, Pan-African Event, and the 12th Annual AIIC Symposium, which stands for American Indian and Indigenous Student Association Symposium, and a screening of the Don't Cry film. I also think that they held Students of Color Conference, which is kind of massive. Pending things that they're working on for next quarter. They're planning 2 workshops right now. They have a 100 days project. There's not a description of what that means. Unity Reads, which is a collection of diverse groups of people coming up with political strategies. Interesting. Possible collaboration with Taste of Africa. So this is in partnership with our Nigerian Student Association, our East African Student Association, I think that's what they meant to write. Their Caribbean Student Association, Black Student Union, and others of the Black diaspora to showcase the vastness of Black culture. And that was it. It's minute takers, do y'all have access? Okay, period, thank you. Okay, period, thank you so much. All right. Senator Butler?
Motion to add BWHC to unit report.
All right, there's been a motion on BWHC to unit reports. You have a second, Senator Ganesh. Seconded by Senator Ganesh for non-discussion. Senator Martinez? Question has been called. Do you have any objections?
No.
All right, seeing none, BWHC is now added under unit reports. Has that been sent to me?
Yes, and I'm adding the things right now.
All right. Yay. Score was until 8:24. Do you remember? I don't.
Real.
If you were there, you were there. Yay. That sucks. All right, now reading the BWHC winter chair report. All right, they held something called the Empowering Excellence Black Women Health Collaborative Winter Initiatives. Oh, I think that's just what that means. Okay, cool. Event breakdown and organizational collaboration. First, they did the Black Book luncheon, which its purpose is to promote community resources, storytelling, and discussions around Black authorship and scholarship. The African Black Coalition Conference, pretty self-explanatory, Black Law Panel, a collaboration for a Black History Month speaker at the NCC. They held their Black Beauty Expo. They had a community forum to address key community issues. They had the Black Flea Market, alongside the MCC. They had the Music and Cultural Heritage Showcase. They had the Roots and Rhythm Vinyl Collection and Performance. I was there, it was really fun. And then they have the upcoming Cultural Heritage Trip. Is this missing a zero? It says $20.
No, it does. It says 20,000.
It's missing a zero. Also, if you're foreign, that's the dot.
Where?
If you know, you know. If you go to Cultural Heritage Trip, it just says $20.
It says
It's missing a
20,000.
zero. It's missing a zero. Do you have edit access?
Mine says 20,000.
It's $20, Laura. We're looking at the same document. I see it.
Zero at the end.
Do you have access?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just add a zero. I think we know what they mean.
20,000.
Key takeaways for this quarter: community-driven impacts. These events bring together professionals, students, and community members to celebrate and uplift Black culture. Economic and educational growth. They've provided platforms for Black-owned businesses, legal professionals, artists, and students to foster learning and financial opportunities. Collaboration is key, partnering with organizations such as the MCC, OBSD, BSU, NSA, CSA, and the African Black Coalition maximizes resources and outreach. Music as a unifier. Black musical heritage is honored while embracing inclusivity, ensuring cultural appreciation beyond the Black community. Next steps for the collective is to finalize funding sources and confirm sponsorships, establish event dates and secure venues, continue outreach for guest speakers and performers. Senator Singh, real quick. Don't we have a standing financial policy where VCUs have to come to us if they plan on spending more than 15K? Senator Singh.
Not something that I'm really aware of, but technically when we approve their minutes, that's us saying, yes, go ahead with it.
All right, period. It's just, I remember us specifically talking to KCSB about this. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I remember that being a thing. Am I tripping?
TCO's with that.
Huh?
TCO is with that.
The 15K thing is part of financial policy.
15K thing?
If a BCU were to spend more than $15,000, they have to get approved by their financial committee or by finance committee or the Senate.
I will double check on that and give you an answer in 2 minutes.
Okay, you definitely should double check because that is something that came up in one of our past meetings. And I've been presuming that that is standard policy.
We'll check on that.
All right, thanks. Are y'all here, KCSB, are y'all here to give a report as well?
No, we gave a report on that.
Oh, I was just checking in why y'all were here.
Oh, we have a resolution for increase.
Oh, T, right, okay. Are there any BCUs in the audience that need to give a report that I've not addressed? Is that you?
Want to help you, TCO.
Yeah, you're admin. Yeah, administrative. Yeah, period. Okay, cool. All right, moving on. That was really long. Thank y'all for sticking with us. Now moving into executive officers report. Starting with our very own EPLA, Owen Myers.
Oh, man, so
That was a lot of tea.
That was, but the tea stuff continues.
Period.
I'm gonna get into more detail about, because I wasn't able to say everything like that happened at that meeting. I know I should,
Just letting you know, we have 10 minutes.
of course,
Go ahead.
keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Before we get into that, some things my office are doing, SKI screening going to come back just because of the budget hearing and everything. The screenathon had to be postponed, so it's coming back. Good news is I'm meeting with members of CalWorks tomorrow, in the morning in order to discuss having like a monthly CalFresh enrollment fair at the Marl Center. Which would be nice because then it would kind of make it like trifecta, the STI screenathon, the food pop-up, food bank pop-up, and of course, CalWorks, like CalFresh enrollment fairs. Also, I believe Michaela mentioned this, the chair of IDPU, but also I'm currently working with the county on the safety memorial. That is something that they have helped fund in its entirety. So I really appreciate them doing that. That'll be happening in spring. The county are the ones like in main contact with like the families. That was put on pause, mainly due to like the county and also just like that transition. The EV point transition is kind of killer in some projects. Other than that, when it comes to that meeting that occurred, so just to give you guys like some, I'll try to quick. When it comes to like the background, it's been 2 years actually since there have been like bathrooms or even like safety stations on DP, because UCIB did table on DP 2 years ago. On Camino Pescadero Park. However, UCIB was in a very like proto state. It only had like 10 representatives at that point. And even so, in that state, the sheriff was dropping off unconscious people at the UCIB tent. And I believe that could be interpreted as like they just kind of utilize the tent and kind of sabotaged it in a way, because they just started placing unconscious people at the tent and then claimed that the tent was overwhelmed by unconscious people. And I feel like that's an unfair assessment. And we did tell him that at the meeting that was happening, and he refused to say that was happening at all. But I mean, we had first-hand accounts. Nando, our UCIB advisor, was here. He was there at that specific day. And that last year we weren't allowed because apparently the Parks and Rec District shut off like all the parks, and that was like a whole bunch of safety issues, and that's why UCIB couldn't be. And then this year he was going through the county. And I had reached out to Eleanor for a couple months. I had like an actual email chain with her. And that's why I was confused that Caps herself didn't know about it, because I had an email chain with Eleanor. So I can only assume that Eleanor, I guess, did not inform her of that. Or it's just something they didn't consider was worth merit. That's like the big concern there. But yeah, Tesla, just to get like to the meeting, he legit said during like the Deltopia town hall that they were resorting to pickup trucks and minivans to take people to the triage tent to treat people. However, for some reason, despite him saying in every meeting that they're so overwhelmed, he is so anti-health. I have never met like a group of people who are so anti-health resources. And we straight up just told Tesla, like at this meeting as well with Espy County Fire Department, that we just wanted to help. We have these resources, we have funding, we have EMT medical services, we like are working with IDCSD like to have like a coordinated effort. You guys are using pickup trucks, we can bring, like we have a cart that can transport people to the triage. Why would you just say you're overwhelmed and then refuse help? That doesn't make any sense. But he said, I've just been doing this for 13, 14 years, much longer than you've been at UCSB. And so I just know how this works, and I know why we don't station on DP. And he keeps referencing the site the incident from 2 years ago for UCIB. Even though UCIB is triple in size that it was like back then. And even so, why would you not even want to have this water safety station? Why rob students of a basic necessity such as water? And that was emphasized to him as well, but he still did not care. He still like seemed pretty firm at his point. And we are going to have like a follow-up meeting. And there is another Deltopia meeting like with the university and Ivy Foot Patrol like next week. So that's kind of like the big deal. I mean, like also the fact that because restorative justice is suspended, people are going to be even less likely to approach law enforcement, right? UCIB, when I worked last year on Deltopia, many people came up to me directly because they felt comfortable, because they're like, hey, that guy's like a student, he's the same age as me, like, he's not going to come up and be like, hey, here's your citation, by the way. And so that's that comfortability, and that's very important. That's why peer-led services are important inherently. It's because they are student-run and people feel comfortable like talking to fellow students and referring them for emergency situations. And to like not have any safety stations other than inside Little Acorn Park just doesn't seem like a proper use of resources at all. Even like a lot of the big reason also cited was that ambulances, like it would get in the way of ambulances. There's already thousands of people on the street. The UCID will be stationed in the park. I don't see how that would change anything. In fact, like if anything, it would act as a supplement since we do have EMT resources like now, especially planned for this year. But yeah, I mean, they were even giving the IVCSD pushback on the sobriety center. So honestly, it just seems like they're trying to, it honestly seems to me that they're trying to take a complete enforcement approach this year. They're going completely anti-harm reduction. I think we're gonna see, as you mentioned, lots of police, like more than ever before, and it's gonna be a very like enforcement approach to Deltopia, and I think that's what he really wants. So I think fighting against that is the most important thing. My office will be petitioning throughout next week. I'll be reaching out to all of you to get signatures like on a letter that I created. And that letter will be sent, like, of course, to like the district attorney's office, the CAPS office. I saw the senators, some senators have already reached out to CAPS, and I appreciate that. And I also have a call with Eleanor tomorrow. So hopefully that kind of flagged it as like, oh, wait, this is an issue, students are worried about this, and we just keep pushing that. So, hope that like adds some necessary context. Yeah, this is not this, honestly, to be completely honest with you, this is nothing really new, like, or like unique to like the sheriff's department. This is how it's been run for quite some time now, and it's not at all like something like, oh, this is fresh out of water, like new thing. But yeah, other than that, I will keep working on this. My office will keep working on this. I'll be reaching out to others and reaching out to you all. And that's why I wanted to come today too. And it was great that CAPS was here. Thank you guys, even if she was here for a related reason. And thank you, Arima, for speaking up. I appreciate that as well. And yeah, I will forward you guys like any resources, like contact me. I have recordings of the town hall. I have direct quotes from Tesla where he's like, oh, there are no specific laws or regulations that people can't be on DP. There's nothing specific to DP at any time of year. That is what he says. I have minutes of him saying he's totally cool with UCID stationing on DP and then suddenly completely switching. Him coming up with this whole zone plan that has never been mentioned to me before because it is part of his incident plan not to inform me. So, and that is also like in the minutes as well. So that's, I guess that's like the tidbits for you guys. Please reach out to me. I can provide those resources. I've already sent those resources to the IVP and to a couple others, but thank you all. I appreciate you guys just listening to everything, and we'll try to fight the best way we can to make sure that students are able to have basic resources on them. Yeah.
All right, Larissa.
Clarify the letter that you wanted us to sign on, did you email it to us yet?
Oh, no, not yet. That's that will be emailed.
All right, Thursday.
Thank you, VPLA, for all the work you do, and thank you for coming today to speaking. I was wondering, would it be possible for the main station to be on like Postado or just like at Fardal Center and have like UCIB member or UCIB like officers like walk down?
Oh yeah, that's definitely possible. We did that last year. The thing is, that's like the problem with that compromise is that just like it kind of slaps a Band-Aid on it. So like, that's like the issue with like last year, we had the mobile cart going back and forth, distributing water, but I want to do more than that. I want to have overdose prevention materials and medical services on TV. I think we've always luck.
Sarah Grayson.
Thank you very much for coming at what you do. And I was just wondering, is this ultimately Tesla's decision, or is there any other kind of like people that can either like kind of like overview who can decide, or people that we can influence to decide in our favor?
CAPS is a good person to influence it, but at the end of the day, the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office kind of has like that same level of like influence, like, and it is his decision. He can declare and control Deltopia the way he wants to. That's why he can basically just say restorative justice, it's gone. He is the council and like the approval like on that, and it's unilateral. So the people you would reach to would be like CAPS. Like further than that, it would have to be like the state, because it just gets to a point. But like even the county has been very hesitant to like step on the sheriff department's toes. That's why like we see like they don't want to like they're the ones who own the parks at the end of the day, but they still adhere to like the sheriff's like concerns. And I think they were just willing to kind of just let that pass. Because they didn't realize that we thought it was as big as an issue as it actually is.
Senator Meehan.
Well, I honestly can't believe you saw that email already, but yeah, email caps, I CC'd you on that, so.
Thank you.
I can't believe you saw that. So weird. I literally, I honestly, I thought at this point he would kind of bend a little bit and something would happen and he would be getting enough pressure from the students that he would kind of just like relax. But clearly that's not happening and I don't know what else to do, but this is like, I really do think this is gonna be, if he keeps doing what he's doing, this is gonna be the worst thing for students. And I've heard from other people that he thinks that with all that he's doing, like less people will come, but people don't know that, like, people don't know any of these things. They don't know that there's gonna be more police. They don't know what restorative justice is. Well, if they do know what restorative justice is, they don't know that it's gonna be passed. They don't know. So people are just gonna keep coming and coming and coming. And this is just gonna like negatively impact students like crazy. So literally, like, tell me what to do. I will literally, like, you chief, tell me what to do on this.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It doesn't necessarily have to be like that, but, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just, at the end of the day, all we want to do is help. If it's an overwhelming event and like, they are already like, they can't have their cake and eat it too. They can't say it's overwhelming. And that they don't have any help with them and they're pulling all these resources, but when we offer it, they refuse. And that's exactly what they're doing. And so at the end of the day, all we want to do is help. Like help where we can, help students. We have those resources that those have been set up. Those resources have been set up for years and we have the funding for it. So just unfortunate.
So, Raghanesh.
Thank you for everything you do. As far as backup, since we are approaching the year, so have you or your office tried to like talk to some of the private houses or the cooperatives or collectives? If they're willing to let at least a water station or something on their property?
The issue with that too is because of the unique nature of Ivy that everyone like kind of renting. It would be the landlord who would probably be informed by foot patrol that we can't be there. And so they would kick us out. So like, even if like students are like, you could totally set up here and like, and we like, they're like, oh yeah, we appreciate it. The landlord could just kick us out. Foot patrol can ping them, be like, get those guys out of there, or they could come themselves. So there's really nothing we can do.
Raghanesh.
Even for the American Center underlying events, even the co-ops. I mean, one of them is definitely a famous place.
Yeah, I mean, like the co-op itself and like even the Part All Center could be utilized like that. There will be like a tent. It's just that I wanted like a tent specifically on like on DP or at least Salvador.
Yeah.
And like, I really don't think like, and it's kind of like at a point where I don't want to like really compromise like not on DP. Like, how can we not even be like on Sea Lookout Park? You know, it's already like really far off. And it's just like for me, like it would just not be like a healthy compromise to be like, oh yeah, I will gladly take the co-op, you know. I want to push for more, if that makes sense.
Jeremy.
Okay, I just thought of this, but do you know what Jesus Burgers is?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if we work with their house and make that like a place where people can come?
And they own the house completely.
They own the house, it's theirs.
They don't own it,
They own it, it's theirs. They rent it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the issue is that if they own the house, then we can look into that, but yeah.
If they rent it, then.
If they rent it, they have, the foot patrol will contact the landlord and the landlord will, they'll be like, hey, if you don't do this, we're gonna give you a fat fine.
You know, if the frat, any of the, they all rent that.
Yep. Cool. Anybody on Zoom? Anything else? All right, Owen. We'll stay talking.
Yeah. I mean, either way, you said you will be on DP. Be that.
Period. All right, moving into these. I know. I see what's going on. I wanna do this first. All right, okay, cool. I think, is the Office of the Attorney General here and ready to make a report?
Anybody who's selling. I'll go loud.
What do you mean last?
Other people can go for me.
I want to finish report, so.
Three things. So, actually, Pearl Center already went. Thank you, Hannah.
Yep.
The Attorney General's office is currently investigating a couple cases. Number one, we're continuing our research projects that I've elaborated on before. And, Rules Committee has a Canvas page for trainings.
Wow.
We have permissions to start editing the page. We plan on doing it as like an open to the public informational page that we have access to. And following that, when I spoke to the UCSB, like IT department, they said that they're also willing to do like yearly course modules. Like we can literally make one for the following year and then just sign that into the archives once we're done with that year, make a new one, import all of the courses, all the modules, all the quizzes, all the trainings, everything you need. New course code, you give it to the leadership of each of the association, whether that be chairs, senators, elected officials, whatever, and we can make 5 points. It's like you have to get an 80% above or you won't get paid, things like that. We could do that. It's really easy to do, functionally easy to do. There's still discussion on like how to implement trainings. So like, do you want the anti-harassment, anti-bullying, how to combat anti-blackness trainings taught in person? Or you want them like a quiz module on Canvas, right? Those are still questions that we have to answer. But at the end of the day, in terms of coming up with like a really easy to understand user interface, we have that. Canvas has been really good about it, about just doing it for free. They don't care.
Yeah.
It's like they paid for it as a subscription. They're like, we can add a course. We can make multiple too. There are some limitations. The second you go over like 1,500 people in a course, the gradebook could begin to be slow. But they've kind of advised me that that's not really too much of a concern. So whichever way we kind of choose to take it, Rules Committee is, again, I'm just kind of getting the logistics set up. And mentioned to some senators about piloting or at least working together to like delegate away the execution of it so that, you know, you guys and staff can always work together on like actually like implementing certain things as needed. But in terms of codifying or getting something ready to go that's permanent, it was just something that we just kind of jumped on.
Period.
So we got that ready to go. I'll have a working draft before the end of the year of everything. And then we'll make it so that it constantly gets updated.
Right.
Somebody in charge.
Anything else? Okay, can I have 5 minutes? That was really annoying that you had to make a Canvas page. Good job. All right, I guess no question. All right, moving on to new business. Senator Shetty.
Motion to add a resolution to amend Article X of the Constitution to the agenda onto new business.
There's been a motion to add a resolution to update Article X of the Associated Students Constitution under new business. Do we have a second? Oh, sorry.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Mead, non-discussion. Senator Gerson.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none is now being added under new business.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Period. My mind also might have hurts. Okay, I think that we should move to administrative reports. The first being of elections board.
Point of information, what's the first and second and the add that resolution on the new business? So first it's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Senator Cressetti proposed the motion, Senator Mead seconded it. Chair Caleb Hanson?
My vice chair giving.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I guess four.
Hi, my name is Ruby Hewitt. I'm the vice chair of the AS Elections Board. You will be seeing more of me next quarter because I need to take care of Caleb. The AS Elections Board coordinates and regulates all AS elections, including the spring general election. Recently, we've been working on the winter special election, which just wrapped up. We obviously did everything required to facilitate the election, and then in terms of outreach to the student body, we've been making Instagram posts in collaboration with a couple of other accounts, including the Senate account, the UCSB campus account, Associated Students, and UCSB Life, to increase the voter turnout in the recent winter special election. We also ran Instagram ads and did some bulk emails. Our next focus is the spring general election. So we've been doing candidate recruitment for that. The candidate intent form is due at 11:59 tonight. And tomorrow we're going to be holding the candidate orientation meeting at 7 in Buchanan room 1920. Essentially like onboard all of the prospective candidates for the upcoming election. And we're going to continue to do Instagram post ads and emails and student body to all of that.
Nice. Do you have any questions? Sorry,
I just want to say, I get like an Instagram ad for like the election every damn day. So like, it annoys the shit out of me, but like, you guys are doing a great job.
Oh, Senator Sandy.
Okay, I'm just wondering if there's gonna be anything on the ballot or like maybe your campaigning that explains to students what a lock-in fee is. Because I remember when I was even voting last year, I was like I didn't even understand that a lock-in fee literally meant like I'm paying more money. Like maybe a statement on the ballot or something that could just be like, yeah, this needs to be increased.
I believe in the supplement, there should be information on that. Most of them on the ballot have, I guess, vote means this, I know vote means this, so just leave it at that.
There will also be something on the ballot that like briefly explains like lock-in fees. Like, it's kind of a thing of like, most people don't even read the ballot. So.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. You remember towards the end of the term of the 75th Senate, there was an amendment to the election code basically requires all locking must not only put their per student per product charge, but their total charge in the voting interface. Are you aware of that? And perhaps the Attorney General can speak more on that.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, of course. So to my recollection, at the end of 74th Senate term, there was an amendment to the election code that basically requires when students are voting for a logging fee, not only they will say the per student charge, they will also say the total revenue generated by the logging fee. Are you, does the election board aware of that? And perhaps the Attorney General Eric Carlson can speak now as the author of that legislation.
Senator, John, are you referring to a bill adding elections, like supplements to the, oh my gosh, account statements to the election supplement?
Yes, sir.
I am aware of that one. There isn't one that like, it just basically is like financial records to make sure that all the finances are accounted for, right? You asked that, right? Yeah.
Senate, the 74th Senate.
But it was your bill, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, yes, we are aware of that, and we've been working with admin to make sure we have those.
That sounds great. Thanks so much. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? All right, seems like there are enough. Thanks for coming. Okay. Moving into, Senate Subcommittee on Rules and Administration, AG Carlson already spoke. Right? You already spoke for Rules and Committee, yeah, for Rules and Admin, right? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. All right, now moving on to the presidential appointee to the Academic Senate Committee on Diversity. Right, okay, no more slapping because my head really hurts. You have the floor.
Again, I'm Leah, And I am the AS representative on the Academic Senate Committee on Diversity and Equity. And as for legal code, AS reps on Academic Senate is supposed to give a quarterly report. For some context, if you don't know what the Academic Senate is, basically like professor's version of government. And this is their committee on diversity and equity, so they review like memos that different departments put out and give their like commentary on how it can be better about being more diverse and equitable. So some of the topics of discussion this quarter were the faculty diversity award and how to improve the criteria and selection process. They were also talking about like the federal funding freezes and the kind of implications about that. And then also about how ICE is now allowed to enter classrooms, and they were talking about writing a memo to professors with guidance on that. Recently they were talking, I guess there's like talk of a potential switch to the semester system. So they were kind of having a talk about the impacts on research, teaching load, graduate students and undergraduate students. So kind of giving some of the undergrad perspective on that. And then the last thing that we've been discussing is they're interested in having increased student representation on the committee. Right now, there's just one spot, which I am in, but they would like to have more if that's like, but they're like not sure if that's something that students would actually be interested in. And I kind of just put on this report, other academic senate committees do have multiple representatives, so it's definitely something that happens. And then in some people's like legal code descriptions, it has like, oh, they should be on this academic senate committee. So like some of the senators have that. It's like possible to add academic senate representation into people's legal code if we wanted to put that into some person position or multiple people. But again, yeah, they're not sure if students would actually be interested. And we talked about potentially like having a direct relationship with the VCU to kind of aid with the transition from year to year, just to make sure, because sometimes there's not always like that immediate appointment to academic senate committees, and this would help with that. So I reached out to some VCUs. I didn't get a ton of interest, but if that's something that anybody is interested in discussing more, I'd be open to having that conversation, but that's it.
Okay, do we have any questions? Sarah, good night.
If you don't mind, maybe like, which were the VCUs reached out to?
It says they're on the.
TQCOM code BWHC.
Thank you.
Anybody on Zoom? All right. Anybody else? Final call? Senator John?
I'm moving to a 15 minutes recess to be reconvened at 9:15 p.m.
All right, there's been a motion to enter recess, starting at 9, come back 9:15. Do we have a second, Senator Lake Rodney? Second. Second, by Senator Lake Rodney, we're now discussing the item.
Got a question?
Question has been called. Do we have any questions?
Consent.
Easy.
process. And obviously our number one numbers guy, Michael, he's been great. But you know, it's an extremely difficult issue handling rollover. And I've changed my mind on this numerous times. And each time we've had these discussions, the idea behind the legislation has gotten refined. And this legislation is currently where my thoughts are at. And I feel we just need to find a balance between the needs of the BCUs, the legislature, and the student body. So a lock-in fee contract is a promise between the student body and the associated students. The student body is paying for a service that they hope to receive that year. These reaffirmations, these lock-in fees are 2-year contracts. And if money is left over, it should either A, be given back to the student body, or B, reinvested in entities that are providing services to the student body. So when our association accrues these excessive amounts of carry forward, it raises equity concerns between services offered between past, present, and future students. Every student should ideally receive the same level of return on their investment. When we fail to spend our fellow students' money, we're just eroding our trust in them. So what this proposed amendment does is it's a constitutionally consistent amendment, and it guarantees a protection for lock-in fee funded accounts and allows an adequate redistribution of resources when carry forward issues arise. So this amendment makes it so that carry forward can only be reallocated from a lock-in fee funded account the spring quarter of their reaffirmation. So this guarantees BCUs 2 years to spend the entirety of their budgets for those 2 years. So if they have rollover, they have that timeline. So this is basically a check on the Senate. I want to make this as fair as possible between these 3 entities: legislature, student body, and BCUs. So we can only withdraw carry forward during a reaffirmation year. So I find this to be an equitable solution balancing all 3 needs. Furthermore, the redistribution is more flexible. It allows resources from lock-in fee accounts to be funded towards non-lock-in fee BCUs and RCOs. So we're one step closer to addressing the disparity between lock-in fee funded orgs and non-lock-in fee funded orgs who continually have to come with us to budget requests. So in terms of this legislation, I'm really looking forward to everyone's feedback. I believe I've come to an understanding with Elections Board Chair Caleb and Sean about the passing, because ideally I wouldn't want to have this finalized until week 2 of spring quarter. I really want to allow these 5 weeks to talk to BCUs and get every relevant stakeholder's opinion on this until we can, finalize a piece. So we're not passing this today. Or actually, I correct myself. We're passing a rough draft to send to UCOP to make sure that this is legal and that we can actually do this. But thank you for listening to my whole spiel. Sorry that took so long, but appreciate everyone.
All right, well, we're in discussion. Senator Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. The legislation is very, very well written. I applaud authors and everyone who helps along the way. As speaking as someone who's been in Senate for 3 years now, lock control has been a problem every single year. Millions, literally millions of dollars are just sitting in accounts, eating away by inflation, and we can do nothing about it because it's lucky there are legal binding contracts among students and where those money are going. I believe this act will bring us towards the right direction, where every single student would pay the AS fee of $800. They can expect those $800 will be spent on them. Not next year, not the year after that, but the year they paid. For instance, I'm going to be graduating in spring. If they do some really amazing projects, I won't be there. So I'm fully proud of this act. Yes, thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Oh, Senator Bredesen.
Yeah, I see a lot of whereas clauses, but like what does this actually do?
So that's a totally fair question. I think I should have specified that a little bit more. So in terms of constitutional amendments, we want these to be as brief and as concise as possible. Originally, I had this as a process outlining, how much rollover we can take, what percent, in what process we're going to do it. Like the BCU is going to be granted an audience and everything. So that's like all bylaws. So all this is stating for us to do is unspent lock-in fees, i.e. carry forward. I want everyone to get in the habit of saying carry forward. That's something that me and the Attorney General agreed upon because it's more financially defined. Maybe spent on capital projects or existing student services. And then it says only during the spring quarter reaffirmations. So I only want rollover to be spent on existing services. I don't want them in capital projects. I don't want it to be kind of just put towards new services that are like trial runs. That's what pilot programs are for. So we have a small pilot program and then we could fund them through through that. But if that makes sense, and if anyone has more questions for clarifications, please let me know.
Senator Purcell.
I have a clarification question. When it says at the discretion of the Senate, like, can you expand on that a little bit more? Like, is the BCU gonna have say in where the carry forward is going to be spent? Like, what exactly do you mean by discretion of the Senate?
Yeah, totally. So the Senate is the lead financial body of the association. All that is saying is that the Senate has the ability to take these rollover funds. It doesn't state that they will, and it doesn't outline the way in which they will. So the way in which they will is going to come once this passes, and that will go through the same rigorous drafting and deliberations that this will go through. And that's when we'll outline the process of, okay, BCUs are entitled to a hearing for X amount of time, and this consideration needs to be brought in this consideration. And we can only take X percent, let's say 30% of the rollover, for example. That's just the total random number, but that whole process will be outlined underneath the discretion of the Senate in the bylaws.
Senator Singh.
Thank you, Senator Whiting and Senator Zara for introducing this. My only question is, let's say some lock-in fees are put into like shared governance account with the finance committee, let's say we have this year. Will those funds be allowed to, can we use those funds for pilot projects if it's in a shared governance account, or will it be a staying thing where it has to be on a capital thing or on existing services?
So if those, so the services in which the rollover can be used is only going to be spent on those services if it's taken from the Senate. I think that could be clarified better in this wording. So like, again, like this will be a long process of like finalizing this wording and getting it precise, but that's a good point. So like if we don't touch it, ideally spend it however you'd like, but if you like the rollover you keep, you can spend it towards your mission. I mean, that's all of our funding towards our missions, but if it's taken, it can only be spent in these, these ways. And then those will be elaborated on in the bylaws.
Any further questions? Senator Zhao?
Question to the chair, which would you invite the chair of the election board to the podium so we can ask him some question about the process of the amendment?
Sure.
It's much.
Chair Hanson? I know you're locked in right now.
You can just bring up Sean.
Oh, yeah, AirPods, valid. We're inviting you to the poem to speak a little bit on the Active Allocation Act and how that would, how elections board would carry that forward. Senator Shaw?
Senator Chair Hanson, good to see you. So I understand that the deadline for anything on ballot is the end of, well, this week. So my question to you is that, would it be possible for the language within the amendment be amended after we submit that to UCOP? Would that require another round of approval process?
Yeah, so you guys do get the final say for approving the ballot. Essentially, it just depends after you get UCOP approval, how far from the original intent you change it if you get approval. And UCOP typically will give you like, say they don't like a certain line, they'll make a comment and be like, this is the reason why this can't happen. So they'll give you guidelines of like, if it works, why it doesn't work. The big thing is election season. So it's kind of like a truncated time to work with UCOP.
Senator Wyden?
So just to clarify my understanding of this, would you recommend sending just a rough draft to UCOP? And once we get the clarifications on whether or not this is legal or approvable, and we can kind of get a better understanding of what we can do, we can then edit the ballot to correct our language and pass what we believe is ideal.
Yes, I don't know how UCOP will feel about it, but that, in my eyes and the acting executive director's eyes, will work for this, I believe.
All right,
Appreciate your input.
is that it? Okay, cool. Thanks.
My AirPods.
All right, we have 3 minutes left for discussion if y'all want to talk about this a little bit more.
If there's no more, I just have
Yeah,
last-
Senator Iden?
So if there's any, again, please give me feedback. I sent out an email today. I'll probably bug every BCU again. There's a open Google form for any feedback on this legislation. I'd love to hear from absolutely anyone. I'll be posting out a calendar timeline soon. Basically for the coming weeks, I'm gonna leave my inbox open. The Attorney General will make himself available. And if, I'm sure Senator Ganesh would also be open to that. Just as much feedback as possible. I want to make this a really collaborative discussion. And I'd like to work together on with everyone on this. So appreciate it.
Okay. Senator Shaw?
Since there are no more discussion, I move to vote on Active Allocation Act by a hand vote.
This is a bill.
It's a by hand vote.
It needs to be tabled for.
It's
It's a resolution.
Then why does it say bill title? Senator Shaw?
If I may take on my formal hat as parliamentarian. So bill type is a territorial name for everything all the legislation Senate can pass, but within those specific category. For instance, the Senate may by passing a resolution to put something on agenda and amend the constitution, which I believe that's the way also are trying to do it. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Senator Iden?
Also, just to clarify for everyone in the audience, any BC members, us passing this is not entailing that this is the version that will go on the ballot. It is not anyone's intention to have this done. So we don't have any feedback currently. So this is just gonna be a rough draft. If for whatever reason we run into issues with UCOP and we're not able to edit this, we will retract this from the ballot. You have at least my word on that, and I would hope all the other senators would respect that as well.
All right, cool. There's been a motion to pass Active Allocation Act via hand vote. Do we have a second? Senator Broderson, seconded by Senator Broderson. We are now discussion. Senator Kara.
Call a question.
Question for call. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, we are now moving into a vote. All right, hands up to pass the Active Allocation Act. Senator Iden, are you not voting?
Oh, sorry.
All right, that's 24 yes. Hands down, no. All right, hands down, abstentions. All right, all right, motion passes. Now moving into a resolution to propose an increase of lock-in fee for the AS Trans and Queer Commission. Brought forth by Senator Ganesh and joined by Senator Suk. Y'all have the floor.
Thank you, Peter. I would invite, the co-chair of people to the podium, it's the chairman. For the lock-in fee increase for them, they have a right to ask for it. The bill is on.
Some of that.
All right, y'all can go ahead.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, you can go. Okay, everyone, my name is Chloe. I use she, they pronoun. I'm one of the co-chairs for the Trans and Queer Commission. To meet everyone. I'm Sam. I was here like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, we were here. And I also use she, her pronouns. I'm the other co-chair. Yeah, so if you don't know what the AS Trans and Queer Commission is, it's kind of in the name. We serve the queer community here on campus, and we mainly focus on education, funding, advocacy, and programming. So right now, we're requesting an increase in our lock-in fee from $1.49 per student for fall, winter, and spring quarters to $1.66 per student. So currently, our lock-in fee is a total of $750. This comes out to, again, $1.49 for the summer, spring, and fall sessions. So we're requesting an increase of 17 cents in our lock-in fee, which would increase our budget to $122 and $122
$970. So this increase will not include students that are here for the summer sessions. It will only apply to students that are here in the fall, winter, and spring quarters. Leaving summer sessions lock-in fee unchanged. So we are requesting that a request for a lock-in fee be added to the upcoming ballot in the spring election. So for some background, I think everybody has access to the bill already. But we're just gonna go down our list of reasonings and everything like that. That's okay. So 32.6% of first students at four-year colleges experience bullying, harassment, or assault, with 17.6% experiencing sexual harassment at school. I did try to find stats for UCSB, but much like other four-year colleges, those are not publicly available. At least 8 QT organizations, and I listed a couple here, have been shut down either due to like membership or funding, things like that, as early as this winter quarter with the Queer Book Club. And the RCSGD, the Resource Center for Gender and Sexual and Gender Diversity, has experienced budget cuts in the last year. Today, we had one of their programming assistants that came in requesting from their 15K allocation to help put on Lavender graduation, and that came out to a total of $11,000. Usually in the past years, they've only requested $6,000, and that's because their programming budget has been cut by a third by the UC. So a lot of what we do, we allocate a good amount of our budget directly to the RCSGD to kind of supplement and buffer that issue. Yeah, moving on. The Trans and Queer Commission supports the RCSD again for programming, and they do a lot of programming as well. They do gender affirming care events, academic counseling, identity oriented events as well as we do. They also have their signature events, including Lavender graduation, QT BIPOC, and trans and non-binary empowerment hours, and the coming out monologues. Our largest host of events is actually coming up in the second week of spring quarter. It's called Pride Week, and that attracts hundreds of students campus-wide every year. We've just been getting bigger and bigger. Even last year during our Ivy Pride / Queer Fest, we heard people in UC San Diego knew about our event, and we didn't even advertise to there. So that was just really exciting. They kind of heard about that on their own, and we're only hoping to make our events even larger and attract more people. So again, we curate both large scale and intimate events, and we really want to focus like by ourselves, but also in collaboration with other RCOs, the RCSGD, other commissions, and also local nonprofit organizations in Santa Barbara to execute events such as Ivy Pride, our Pride Week that's coming up, identity-oriented events that are kind of regular, like Lesbian Lounge or Era Ace programming, drag and comedy shows, safe spaces, town halls, socials, etc. So we also won the Outstanding VCU report award this past kind of cycle, which I quote, they say that these are a champion for marginalized communities, advocating for equitable representation at both the AS and school levels. So our work is not going unnoticed, and we're only trying to get bigger and better with what we do. We are also the primary student-led campus identity here, and we're the only AS entity that supports LGBTQIA+ students in the Ivo Vista community as its core mission statement. Again, the RCSGD is also one of the biggest kind of, I guess, centers for also serving queer and trans students on campus, but they've experienced budget cuts. So that is in part why we're requesting an increase in our lock-in fee to help supplement that, where they aren't receiving funding from the UC, we are able to support students and still say, hey, these services are important and students care about this.
And their budget was not only cut, but they're also in debt. So
yeah, they're in debt and their budget was cut. So that's a great position to be in, especially with this upcoming administration and what we don't know what will happen to, especially like, I guess, like serving marginalized communities here on campus and across schools nationwide. Finally, oh no, sorry, a couple other things. Our lock-in fee has not changed for over a decade. I think the last time it was changed was around 2015. And we also established a QT Disabilities Advocacy Coordinator in our position. So if our lock-in fee does not change, that actually means we are losing more money to the programs that we would support. So a couple other things. We want to bring back projects that we've done in the past.
There's been a point of order.
I really love the presentation, but we already used half of the assigned time for the discussion. If you don't mind wrap up, so the signators can also say their piece, that will be wonderful.
That makes sense. Yeah, a couple, just like one or two more things. We're trying to revamp old projects. Some things that are not happening anymore are QT BIPOC conferences, and we were able to bring back Winter Wonder Drag as a big like project as of literally just last year, and it's already attracted a lot of students. They feel really seen by the events that we do, and we only want to increase our programming. We can't do it without your help. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. My only comment is that y'all are not the only AS entity that serves LGBTQIA students. We have a BCU named the Commission on Marginalized Genders that also serves trans and genderqueer folk. It's unfortunate, it's been inactive, but we still do have that lock-in going. I just wanted to make y'all aware of that.
Yeah. I just thought it was inactive, so that's why we.
Yeah,
rephrased it that
it's
way.
inactive, but it's not the only AS entity. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Senator Reed?
First of all, the work that you guys do, I am not trying to take anything off by voting no on this. I think it's amazing what you guys are trying to do and have been doing. I wanna ask if there's a specific, if you're asking this money for a specific reason and there are things that you want to do, and you want to do more events, and you want to have more anti-bullying, because 36% of schools are experience bullying in this way. Why not come to us and ask for that money instead of asking for a walking fee from students? You can request money from us. You can go to FND. You can come to us specifically as AS and be like, hey, we want X amount of money for this event and X amount of money for this event. And you can ask for it at the beginning of the quarter or each quarter, and we can approve it. Instead of asking to raise your walking fee by 75 cents per student, just come to us.
It's first of all not 75 cents, it's 17 cents.
Oh, sorry.
And sorry, that's just like, that's just.
Did you say
me.
75 before?
No.
No.
No. Oops.
Okay, so,
I think that's a good point to bring up. I think it brings up the question of why we have walk-in fees in the first place. If everybody could just go through finance and business every single time, then why have walk-in fees, right? But I think that when it comes to increasing our walk-in fee, it is a matter of just being able to be trusted to do the programming that will serve queer and trans students, especially by queer and trans students here on campus. It can be difficult coming to F&B and asking for something that may not seem important to people who might not be of these identities. So coming forward and being like, hey, these matter to us and we know exactly what our community needs is our way of kind of doing that.
Sarah Iden?
So just curious, so, my approach to this is more of the financial side. I really love your guys' DC. I love the work you do. When I look at this legislation, a part of me is wondering, okay, so why do they need more money? And I think you guys have done a wonderful job elaborating on that, especially with money that is being detracted from other organizations. So just in terms of like our internal finances, so last year there was a rollover of about $167,000. How much of that were you able to spend down this year? And then I have a joint question after that.
Yeah, so it is a difficult question. We're having a couple of problems with like budgeting and admin, so we don't actually know the exact amount of rollover we have. We are estimating it's about 115K based off of what Armin told us in fall quarter. But again, we don't know the exact number. As of right now, we have about 15K left in our budget as of what we spent today.
And is that including your rollover, or is that just your independent lock-in
That's our
budget?
independent budget.
Okay, so the Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
So my next approach with this is, I would personally prefer if we had another year to spend on that rollover, and then when it comes time to when you guys are ready to expand, we push for the lock-in increase.
Okay.
We don't do the increase while we already have our excess that we need to shed. That's kind of the approach I would like to take with this. Because like when you guys are not deserving, but when you're in need of the more money because you're ready to expand your organization, then we push through the lock-in fee. But I personally don't feel it would be appropriate to do it this election.
I believe Chair Hansen had a comment.
Yeah, this is just on the legislation for it. It doesn't include the map that will be on there, and I would ask that all lock-in fee increases will include the map of like where the fees will be. Because it's like 25% goes to return to A, 3% in administrative fee. So I would just ask that all legislation regarding increasing lock-in fees include that.
Here he is, thanks. Senator Singh?
Thank you for coming today. Everyone else said, you guys did really great work. The only thing I didn't like what you said was that finance committee would decline a request based on the fact that we're not civil entities. We are completely impartial. We don't consider that at all. Anything we look at is, do we have the money for this? So that information is not true, no?
No, I'm sorry. I think more so meant that what we might value as important for like our community might not be like the same for like people that hold the positions in your board, just because your board isn't entirely clear. So that's just like the approach.
It is another step that we have to take versus just being able to fund things through our ES account. It'd be like we have to get approval through this another step, especially when other organizations come through and. Yeah.
All right, we're at 50 seconds. Senator Singh?
You also get approved by the Senate for any things you do, so there's already an additional step that you have to go through. And like Senator Eisen said, it is, you do have 150,000 in total. You know, if we look into spending that down first before requesting for a lock-in increase, it's still the money that we're talking about.
Yeah, so you're hoping that we expedite the process for spending our rollover rather than choosing to do more long-term. We're spending it, because right now we're still going on a projection of like, oh, we're gonna spend at least 150,000 for this year, which would dig into rollover.
Then it's about 20K.
All right, we're at time. Did anyone have last questions, Senator Mead?
Last point, I know people are getting frustrated with how much I say no to every single lock-in fee that comes, but this is more in towards the senators. If we keep saying yes, again, it is $250 a year that we are adding to students. I hear what you guys are saying. I really encourage you to go to FNB. I'm on the board of IJSA, which is a Iranian Jewish student group. We've gone to FNB. There are no Iranian Jews on that board. They still say yes. It's not, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't mean, they don't need to be served by what they say yes to. It is their job to give student groups money. Unbiased.
All right, we're at time. Senator John?
I move to table indefinitely a resolution to propose an increase to lock-in fee for AS Concept Recognition.
You have a second? Senator Crescendi?
Second.
All right, we are now in discussion to table resolution to propose an increase to lock-in fee for ASTQCom indefinitely. Senator Suk?
Why not? Just vote.
Yeah. Senator Crescendi?
What?
You yield your time? Okay,
yeah.
Senator Shaw?
It's usually more courtesy by table exam looking down. But if the city wants to vote, in fact, every job previous motion.
All right, previous motion has been withdrawn. Senator Bredesen?
Motion to pass the resolution to propose an increase to the lock-in fee for AS.
All right, there's been a motion to pass a resolution to propose an increase to the lock-in fee for the ASTQCom. Do we have a second, Senator Martinez? Seconded by Senator Martinez. We're in our discussion. Senator Chaudhary? Question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Objection.
All right,
Objection.
what is,
I'd like to request the author to make a secret ballot. I don't want this to be a controversial issue. I don't want people to feel inclined to vote a certain way because they might be perceived against an issue.
all right. Give me the original motion. Oh,
No.
no? Cool. Yeah, we're not going into a vote to vote. Senator Ganesh, we're in the middle of a vote to vote.
I just need Can I just ask something to the student sponsors really quick?
Go ahead.
The Senate is recommending that you guys spend down your rollover before you and go for an increased login fee, right? Is that something you want to pursue?
I think this is worth pursuing, whether it's this year or next year, so. All right, we're now in a vote to vote, so, we are voting.
Sure.
We are voting on whether or not to continue with the original motion to vote on, vote on a resolution to propose an increase to the lock-in fee for AST coupon. Yeah, by hand vote. So essentially, do you understand? Yeah. But do you understand that you could also just rescind your motion and then amend your motion or amend your motion? Okay, so you would like to
I'll
rescind your
make-
motion? Okay.
Sure.
Senator Iden?
Motion to pass the bill via secret handbook or secret ballot.
All right, there's been a motion to pass a resolution to propose an increase to the lock-in fee for ASTQ comp by secret ballot. Do we have a second? Senator Langrani, seconded by Senator Langrani. We are now in discussion. Senator Chaudhary. Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Yes.
All right, why are you objecting?
This is the vote to vote, correct?
No, the original motion was rescinded to vote by hand vote.
Okay, I listened.
You rescind your motion, cool. You're not voting, I don't know how we're gonna do this via Zoom.
Just have them message Holly and then.
Yeah, can y'all just send your vote to Holly? Holly, right. I'm getting so delirious, I forgot.
Yeah, ballots.
Bad.
So guys, just vote, just write yes, no, or abstention. And after you write it, vote it, so people will not know what you
And then
voted.
after, just pass it, I'll stand in the middle, y'all can give it to me and I'll count.
Oh, you talk about part of the thing.
I got the ballot test.
Guys, there's no talking right now.
Please, after you write down your vote it. Look, now, so you have to-
And then you give it to me, and then I'll count. Yes, no abstentions. So you have the option to abstain, regardless if it is secret ballot or not. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Still working on it.
About counting.
No, you sit down.
No, I'll write it down.
Okay, wait. It's okay, I'll pick it up. Who still hasn't voted?
Get your money to children.
Holly, can you send me those results?
Yes, I'm still waiting on one more senator to vote.
What they do? Wait, what flavor is it? Oh, wait, no speaking, sorry. Oh, I forgot about my job.
Okay, I don't know how much longer you want to give Asukar, but I've got one yes vote and one no vote, and the person who's not responding we can count as an abstention if you'd like.
Right, that's one of my songs. Y'all know I have vocal stems.
Can we also have Sean double check the vote, please?
Checks and balances? Okay.
The checks and balances, her, we love her.
Right. Okay. Somebody give me a blank piece of paper.
Abstention.
I'm gonna count it as an abstention. Yeah, that's real. Thirteen including. So it's we have 13 yes. 11 no and 2 abstentions.
It failed.
Yeah, motion failed. All right. Yes, we got it. Yes, Senator Shaw?
Even though the motion failed, we still have to make an addition to the agenda items. So if I make a motion to table it.
What we can vote again?
Was it not a motion to pass? So
The blank one, that was kind of wild.
Yeah.
was that not a motion to pass?
Right, abstention.
It's motion to pass, but not.
Senator Martinez?
Vote.
The motion, or can I make it actually, motion to pass by hand vote again?
No, what?
All right, there's been a motion made by Senator Martinez to pass,
You want to pressure people
The
into publicly voting to get it
resolution
right? I don't.
Point of order, friends, point of order.
okay, what?
Not speak unless be recognized by the chair.
All right, thanks. Thanks. Sometimes when y'all make point of orders, I'm like, what's happening? All right, so there's been a motion made by Senator Martinez to vote by hand vote for a resolution to add the lock-in fee for ASTQ com. To pass it by hand vote, if I didn't say that already. Do you have a second, Senator Ganesh? Seconded by Senator Ganesh, we are now in discussion.
Thanks.
All right, there was an objection made.
That can be objection. We are in discussion.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure. See, this is the shit that I'm saying. It was.
I'm sorry to
T. Hey, Holly.
Can someone clarify what we're doing? Cause I voted and then the motion didn't pass, which means it fails. Are you all motioning for a second vote just by a different method? Can someone help me?
Holly, I have a question, Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Holly, when doing different bill types, we all understand that constitutional amendments, like changes directly to the text, require a 2/3 vote to bring them to election. But for the introduction of lock-in fee ballot language, that's not necessarily a change to the Constitution, but more of a directive to Elections Board to then put onto the ballot. So I'm just wondering if I can have some clarification, at least in terms of maybe precedent or in terms of how we've done things in the past. My understanding, I thought we did directionals for lock-in fee increases because they were still ratified by the student body. at the 2/3 threshold for introducing new fees. And then everything that was a constitutional amendment requires 2/3 motioning on, because those things are a little bit more permanent in a way. Because they require petition or otherwise to go in and not, yeah, so I want to yield to you and see if you have some input on that.
Yeah, no, I can double check the legal code to see what it says about the fee increases. I do know that they have a different threshold for passing, like in the election in general. Generally, though, I would say for any thresholds, like contradictions, I usually advise that we go with the higher threshold rather than the lower. I seem to remember that most fee increases have needed to pass by a 2/3 vote. So if I were to advise you, that's what I would say. Because I mean, it's not quite a change to the Constitution, but it sort of is. So if you want my advice, I would say to go with the higher threshold of 2/3, but I'll check the legal code right now to see if there's anything.
Yeah, Holly, thank you so much. That's exactly right. I think it is a 2/3 threshold. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Huh? Because it gets to in a way, that's because I would like
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I guess just for some additional clarification, so we voted on the resolution via secret ballot, so now we're voting separately via hand vote for the same thing? Or are we voting on something different? Yes,
Yeah,
there's
we are in discussion about voting again since the motion failed by hand vote. We're still in discussion for that.
But then wouldn't we have to do a motion to reconsider then, since we already went through with the vote?
Yeah. No, because it died. Senator Dodd?
Senator Chair, so because the motion that's being used for secret ballots is a motion to pass a resolution instead of a motion to vote on the resolution. So even the action of passing failed, it's still on the agenda and we still need to take action on it.
So like tabling it or just voting for it again?
I would suggest tabling it, but still have options.
We're in discussion right now still.
Sure.
To pass it via hand vote. Senator Martinez?
Could I amend my motion to reconsider? So that we can vote by hand vote?
No, because it already failed. Senator Iden?
I'm extremely confused. So
Okay.
we had a motion to pass via secret ballot.
Yes.
And the motion failed. And your argument is because it was a motion to pass, the legislation did not fail, correct?
Senator Shaw?
So the action of passing it failed, but the legislation is still on the agenda. Let's say if the motion was a motion to vote on it and it failed, then it's off the agenda. But since it's not the action of passing it, it only means the action is failed, the legislation is still on agenda. And yeah.
Senator Iden?
So there's been precedent this entire year in terms of how we've done our motions when we've done motion to pass. And what you are saying is implying that every single motion every legislation we ever voted yes on motion pass, when if the body has a collective understanding that a motion to pass implies that the legislation will go into effect, I see no issue as long as there is that collective understanding. This new argument is a different precedent that we have used this entire year.
What? Senator Shaw?
I'm not very familiar with the precedent the Senate mentioned. I was speaking at my expertise as former parliamentarian and former member of GC. That's how the word means. Of course, Senate by a majority vote holds the ultimate interpretation of everything. So if the Senate would like by majority vote to confirm vote motion to pass, it's the same thing as motion to vote. So it's within the Senate's prerogative. My argument is, as it stands right now, it's not.
Point of order. Holly, our Assistant Director for Governmental Affairs, has gave an opinion in the chat, the Zoom chat, about how to move forward. Can someone please read that out for consideration?
I think that's not a point of order, but I appreciate it. Go down, yes, Dan is right, no action needs to be taken after a motion fails to remove it from the agenda. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, nice. We're still in the middle of a motion. We're still in discussion for the motion to vote via hand vote. Yes, Sarah Gerson.
Is this motion still viable as the legislation is off the agenda?
It's not off the agenda. It's still on the agenda. The only thing that failed was the motion to pass. Via secret ballot. Now we are in a different motion to vote via hand vote.
You can tell them to say that we don't have to do a separate thing to take it off the agenda if it's already failed to.
I don't understand that. I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. Senator Ryden? Yes, Sarah.
I think that what, Holly, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what Holly is saying is that the motion failed, and so it doesn't pass, and so now it just failed, and you move on.
No, another motion has been made. We can have motions fail
Can we hear
and
from
then
all?
make another motion, because another motion has been made. No. Did she not answer? Did she answer? the question?
She wants clarification.
Oh, okay.
Yes, no, that is what I'm saying, is that if a motion to pass a resolution fails, that means that the resolution does not pass and you all move on. Your first pro tem Dan was correct in saying if you want to reconsider the motion to re-vote on it, then that would be an appropriate motion to make to reconsider. But you all have voted on and failed multiple resolutions this term, and you just move on because that's the action that was taken. So that would be my advice. If you aren't comfortable with the way that the secret ballot vote went and you want to reconsider or take a second vote, that's a whole other conversation. But in terms of legislation passing or failing, it's of my opinion, no matter how the motion is worded, that if it passes, you move forward with it, passing to election board, being entered in the legal code, whatever the action is. And if it fails, then no action is taken. That's my opinion.
All right, thank you. Senator Martinez.
I want to amend it to reconsider the vote. By secret ballot,
All right, there's been a motion to amend the original motion from passing a resolution to propose an increase to lock and key for the ASTQ com by hand vote to secret ballot. Do we have a second? Senator Tawdry?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Tawdry. We're no discussion. Senator Ronnie, call the question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Senator Fox?
If we're adopting Holly's implementation, then the only legal action at the moment is a motion to reconsideration.
Is that, oh, that's what you said. Yeah, I just didn't repeat it. I'm sorry, I have a migraine, so I'm kind of fucked up right now. All right, there's been a motion, the amended motion was a motion to reconsider passing a resolution to propose an increase to the lock and key for the ASTQ com via secret ballot. Via secret. Oh, well, via secret vote. Is that what it said?
Well, we consider the secret vote, but we should do a hand vote.
That's two different motions. That's two different motions.
Now it's secret, that's the vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Secret vote.
So it's been made.
All right, there's been a motion to reconsider passing a resolution to propose an increase to the lock and key for the ASTQ com via secret vote. Seconded by Senator Tawdry and Senator Lankarani. Call the question. Do we have any objections to call the question?
Objection.
Yes. Yes, it's a secret ballot. What is the
Okay, Senator Loa, Senator objection, do you rescind your motion? All right, motion has not been rescinded. Now we have. What is the state for your objection?
I want you all to consider not just the subject matter at hand. I understand why people are so passionate about this, but the precedent that we're setting for future senates. That if there's something that you disagree with, you question the validity of whether it was voted on or not. What? This is not okay. No matter what the subject at hand is. This reminds me of a certain way of thinking and governance that is. This is not okay. And I think we all know this.
Objection to consent is not debatable, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's not debatable.
So
Cool.
we are now having a vote to vote.
Yeah, we're now in a vote to vote. We are voting on whether or not we should move forward with reconsidering the passing of this legislation. So hands up to move forward with the secret ballot. All right, if we, okay, hands down, 15, 16, 17. Okay, and now hands down, up for no. All right, hands down, hands up for abstentions. Okay, 2 abstentions. Motion passes. We are now going back to reconsider passing a resolution to propose an increase of the lock-in fee for the AFD coupon. Senator Lala, I understand your concern, but we did have 2 senators just not vote, like not writing anything. So it was 2 abstentions. It was 2 abstentions.
Not voting.
Yeah, we are in a secret vote right now. I suggest y'all don't say anything. Senator Shaw.
If I may explain the votes. Because it's a very.
I guess Senator Shaw wants to explain the vote. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we are doing to vote our motion to reconsider. If you do not want us to reconsider our previous decision of rejecting it, then vote no. If you want us vote again on the lock-in fee itself, vote yes. So recap, if you don't want the lock-in fee to pass, vote no. If you want it to pass, vote yes.
Information, are we
Yes.
voting to vote on a secret ballot?
No, that was. Considering it.
To reconsider passing it. So if this passes, we can go back and essentially vote again.
Yeah.
Okay. I have my migraine.
Can you specify that one more time?
Yeah, so, okay. Please don't talk. Right now we are voting to reconsider the motion that failed to pass. So we would just go back and be like, okay, yes, I want to go back and vote again, or no, I don't want to go back and vote again. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. People on Zoom, please send them to Holly. Also realize that Senator Siddiqui left the chat. Cool.
Can we plug in the? Do we have a charger?
Yeah.
We all vote.
Also, please don't hand me anything blank. I'm gonna be upset about
So
it.
we all vote until that. You guys already turned in the vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're abstaining, literally write out abstention. Holly? Who's Crystal Bob?
Feedback coordinator.
Would make.
How do I plug this in? This?
Does that work?
All right.
I don't know.
Do I have everyone's votes? Holly, can you collect those and I'll
Yeah.
simply.
Yeah, I'll text them to you.
Sorry, Chair. Polly said.
I saw.
Okay.
All right, so we have 14 yes. We have 14 yes and 11 no. Motion passes to reconsider.
No, I'm sorry, point of order.
Okay.
Motion to reconsider require a two-thirds majority.
All right, motion fails to reconsider. Let's just move on, people. Also, I am leaving in 40 minutes. Yes, Ronnie?
Sure, so can I just motion to table this resolution until?
It fails. It's
Or
failed.
is it just dead?
The council house interpretation is that. It's
Yeah,
done.
it's died. Okay, Senator Iden?
I would just really like to make a point that when my legislation fails, I don't try and pressure people to vote a certain way by making a vote public. A vote is made private for a specific reason because people should be able to vote confidently and comfortably, and you shouldn't be trying to make people's votes public to pressure them to vote a certain way.
Yes, Senator Martinez?
So I feel like you shouldn't need a secret ballot for voting without bias or phobia, simply because you say you financially disagree with this, and then, by the way, it's not my legislation, so.
Point of order.
Chill, you all, chill. That was speculation of Senator's intent. Senator Martinez, please don't do it again. This is a warning. Senator Iden?
Again, last point, there was no issue made of this when we were voting on BDS. I don't see why we made an issue now.
Point of order.
Yes. Yes.
I'm using point of order as go back to agenda. I do not set anything not on the agenda.
All right. Sustain. All right, moving on. Moving into the executive director report, I invite interim executive director Lieberman to the podium to give his report.
Thank you.
I don't want to, I'm gonna sit there.
I'm Sean Lieberman. I'm the interim director while Maricela is out. So I'm taking on the duties of Maricela. So whether it's contracts, signing.
Can y'all just take a point of personal privilege and go outside?
We have taken.
Okay, then can you go outside?
So while Maricela is out, anything related to contracts, signing, supervision, meetings, projects, lots of communication and more, including elections and things like that. My staff and I will be handling her duties while she's on leave. So the things that you would go to her for, you would come to me for unless otherwise stated. I know many of you, and I'm looking forward to working with the rest. And so please reach out with your questions, concerns, or if you're just curious about parts of the organization over the past 20 years, long institutional memory. And since I've been sitting here, there've been a couple of things just wanted to make quick comments on. The Rate My Landlord update. We do have a database of properties in Isla Vista. It's a little out of date, so working with IB2 would be great to fill it in. Every single property in IB in 2019. That's a few years off, but let's see, we're just waiting on the position to be filled before we can get to that. So I've not had a web developer for a year and a half, so we're working. Someone mentioned LinkedIn Learning. The rec for that was signed today. And just mentioning software for things. Other universities like Berkeley have a software support fee, and we do too, so it's a little more general. So Berkeley does Adobe, Microsoft, some of the things through that fee, although it's not Adobe for everybody. It's, you have to request it through the, their LSIT equivalent, and then we'll get you a copy. So just letting people know that you have to, the language is very key when it comes to all the ballot language kind of stuff. I've been working with elections since before we went digital with online for elections. So that's a lot. That was 2003. It's the first time we went there. And so gone through that, gone through us going to ranked voting and all that kind of stuff. So in 2016, we did that. And one little thing that I've seen on, because I check the bills that come through and see what's going on in that for a while, is when mentioning our budget, please don't use the $18 million number because that's not actually representative or accurate. Please use the proper number, which is a little less than 12. So that 18 includes $6 million of pass through. And that's not money that we see at all. That's money that we passed in literally on our ballot, like through the Students Initiative in 2006, for CLES, for Daily Nexus, for all those groups. That just goes to them, right? So that's not part of our money. That's not money that we control. So putting that number in there increases it by a third. So that's not, I don't think we're increasing by 50%. So try not to use that number when you're in there. So just want an accuracy. So do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, do you have questions? Sorry, Eden.
Just shout out for stepping up. Like seriously, you've done a great job. I don't think. Like, yeah, something you do.
All right, I think that's pretty much it. All right, thanks. Now moving into. I'm gonna be yielding chairship to Senator Butler. Taking a.
I'm moving us back into business. A resolution to introduce a referenda section for the spring general election. Senator Iden.
Chair, with your permission, could I invite the student sponsor up?
Yes, of course.
Sweet.
Thank you, Chair, and hello again, Senators. Senator Iden and I heard and have taken into consideration all of your concerns with the last referendum that we tried to introduce. And so we have written an entire referenda section that we hope will be included on the spring ballot next quarter that has questions to poll students on a variety of topics. Most, if not all of these would have less of a significant financial impact than would have Williams Hall or bowling alley, which was obviously a contentious point. And these are all pretty clearly, in the language of these, it's pretty clear that they're for polling students. And this should hopefully ease concerns about students expecting something from AS as a result of these passing. They make very clear that no funds will be allocated as a result of voting yes or no on these referenda. And again, Senator Iden, Senator Lala, and I think it's important to understand the needs and wants of our your constituency, and AS's constituency. And so referenda are one of the easiest and most effective ways at doing this because you're like directly polling the student body. So that being said, I strongly encourage that you guys add and amend any question that you think would be valuable to ask to the students to this resolution. And yeah, I sincerely hope you guys pass this bill in the spirit of increased democratic participation. And I'll take any questions. I know Senator Iden and Lala will take questions as well.
Senator Singh?
Yeah, I really love this, really like it. Only question I had was the open response sections. Will those be made public or like who goes through those?
Sure.
Actually, before we get into questions, I wanted to give the second and both senators, the authors, a chance to speak. if you were done. Would you guys?
I think, I personally have nothing left to add.
Would you like to add?
Yeah, I just want to very briefly emphasize one aspect of that. I think there's two huge benefits to this piece of legislation. And it shares one with the former thing that was introduced, and that's exactly what Noah was saying. That it's the most direct means of engaging students and getting much higher participation here. It's the one thing that makes California special, for example, is that we have so many referenda each election cycle, and we get to decide much more directly than in other states. And the second one that it does not share with the last one was that was kind of a concrete proposal, which people had, reasonable disagreements on. And this one is a much more open process. So whatever initiatives people want to bring on, we can discuss them and we can add them and refine them together. So great job, man.
Senator
Thank you for coming. I have a question with, after those data were collected, who those data will be shared with, and how will the process to create benefits for students?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, of course. So after the data were collected, who will be having access to those data? And do you plan to run any kinds of analysis on it to generate benefits for students?
I think that is specifically who would directly get access to the data. I'm not sure I'm not sure about that, but the hope would be that it would be published for, the entire student body to see, as it is a polling of the student body. And that, the answer to your second question, yes, like the hope would be that there would be analysis. Maybe you could rank priorities based on what was voted, with a higher threshold and other things. And so yes to both questions, or yes to the other question, yes, hopefully for the whole student body.
Senator Iden?
So just to address that point and Senator Singh's point, I think that's a really good point that I didn't think about the open response section is, will it be made public? I believe that would be a good question for Caleb, if we wouldn't mind bugging him one more time. Okay, we could also add an amendment or just pass. I mean, it's up to everyone if they care if the responses are public or not. It's all private regardless. I don't know.
Senator Chair, I do believe those final details can be worked out later among the authors as election ballot, since the final ballot has to be sent to Senate for approval. With that, I yield. And Senator Chair, I move to vote our resolution to introduce a referenda section for spring general election by hand vote.
There's been a motion to pass a resolution. Oh, sorry, a resolution to vote on a a motion to vote on a resolution to introduce a referenda section for the spring general election by hand vote. Is there a second? Senator Brennan?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Brenderson. We're now in discussion. Senator Kadosh?
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Moving into a hand vote. Can I have everyone raise their hand for yes in favor? Passes.
I'm sorry, that's a hand. Zero.
Can I have everyone raise their hand for no? And abstentions. This motion has passed. Continuing still into new business, moving into a resolution to propose a KCSB lock-in increase, updating KCSB's financial
Status.
Okay, to the first, Senator Lincoln.
I would like to defer to the student sponsors on this bill.
Yes, of course.
On the podium.
Yeah.
Hello, senators. Thank you guys for your time and for having me here again today. I know that I've spoken before y'all a few times this quarter, so it's nice to see you again. I'm going to keep this as brief as possible. What is being passed out right now is a brief handout. It has some general pieces of mission statements, some abbreviated history, and then click through it, some of the things that we do on a quarterly and annual basis. Feel free to take a look at this throughout the presentation that we have, but really quickly, I'm going to go through our resolution and some points I would like to make. KCSB was founded in 1961-62 by student Bill Harrison and his friends as a creative media space for students to learn radio broadcasting, and continues today as a college and community radio station serving the broadcasting area, spanning all the way up and down the Central Coast. We are housed at the Stewart Communications Building. This is an Associated Students owned and operated building. It is an orphan building. The campus does not pay for any of the maintenance or upkeep that comes out of KCSB and Associated Students money. And with the recent exposure and like happening over the last 56 years, and especially the last couple of years with the excessive rain, we've been having a lot of leak problems. I know that I came a few weeks ago to present on resealing the upper deck, so I won't get into the details of that right now. However, the basic point is that KCSB has been spending in a deficit. We have no rollover. We are spending about $90,000 in deficit right now to cover the basic cost of our operations. With our lock-in fee as it currently stands, gives us about $210,000 per year. That is not enough to cover our basic operating costs. What we need is closer to like $315,000. As it stands, that $91,000 deficit is being pulled from our cell site money. That money is supposed to be reserved to be towards fixing the tower, and like repairs and waterproofing our spaces. We are requesting this money in the form of a lock-in increase because that will enable us to free up the mechanism of our cell site money to be used for its intended purposes. KCSB has not had a lock-in increase since 2006, since the initial student initiative. We are only asking for what we need to cover our basic operations. Those basic operations are, most of them that we do quarterly and annually are in the packet that has been given to you guys. But our basic operations include providing FM programming, training to students, hosting DIY events, shows that are free to the campus, journalism workshops, sports reporting, news reporting, speaker events, keynote addresses, amongst other things. So our mission as KCSB is really to provide for the student body, and we cannot do that right now because our lock-in does not meet our just basic core operations. We're only asking for what we need. We're not asking for this lightly. So when it comes to like bare minimum expenditures, this is what is necessary for the development of KCSB, as well as supporting its rich history, which is delineated in that document. I believe it's vital to implement this incremental increase to grow like artistic development and leadership amongst our like media organizations, especially now. KCSB is the only radio station on campus, and it provides a plethora of opportunities. At least 200 volunteer students per quarter. That is not including all the students that come out to our events or listen to us on the air or come out to orientations. This enables like artists and media development coordinators and musicians and leaders and communication professionals to gain experience. We've had a lot of KCSB alum go on to work in the sports sector of the New York Times, to run news departments at various radio stations right out of college. So it is a very vital experience and leadership opportunity. I understand that some of the senators have concerns with taking more money from the students. I completely hear you. I believe that with our reach and our impact and our numerous avenues and points of entrance that students have to get involved, I believe it really should be up to the student to decide whether or not they would like to increase the fee. So I respectfully and kindly ask that the 75th Senate motions put this onto the ballot for the spring election.
Senate Chair and Senator for coming speaking with us tonight. I'll be very frank with you. I'm of the philosophy that our AS entity primary purpose should be provide a service to students rather than opportunity for its own member. I'm sure that being a part of KCSB has been a great help to a lot of students who work with me. My question is, as the students not working or involved in KCSB directly, what benefit can I receive from paying that login fee? And also, if you can touch on if you have the average listener number and you're following on Spotify and other platforms such as YouTube, it will be great. Thank you.
I can answer that question. So KCSB does have paid student staff. You guys know this, there's 14 student staff members. Our whole point as an organization is to work in the student body. So we broadcast for the students, the larger 805 community, all of the events we host and shows we host, those affect the larger student body. They're all invited to come out. We have speaker events, we have informational events. We did in fall, the Gazas, our home event, where we opened up a community discussion based off the happenings at the time. Margaret Calhoun and the former director of the MCC said that this was a very amazing event, that they were very happy that we curated for the campus. We're the only campus to do something like that, I believe, at the time, to open that kind of discussion up. Beyond that, our paid student staff members are not the only ones that are receiving benefits from this. Each quarter, we open up opportunities to be news reporters, journalists with no prior experience, sports reporters with no prior experience. They can come to music review committee, which is once a week, without signing up for anything. You can just walk in and you can learn about music journalism and what it means to be a non-commercial independent media organization. You can also just walk into KCSB at any point. We have people there 9 to 5, 5 days a week that can answer questions, can give you ways to get involved, even like tomorrow. We have internship opportunities available on a quarterly basis in the music department that are not paid, that shift quarterly. We also have internship opportunities available in the news department and in our sports department. And these are just some of the ways that people can get involved. But there are plenty of avenues beyond just being a paid student staff member where KCSB has provided a service to the campus. We do a lot of reporting, we do our best as a news department, like Joyce is here every week at the Senate meetings, providing Senate reports for the larger student body so that they know what is happening here. We're trying to keep people informed on a lot of the things that are going on. I did send, if you don't mind, a slide deck to Holly and Dan Siddiqui. It has some visuals for turnout for events and some of the things that we've been doing, if you don't mind pulling that up really briefly. And then I can touch on Spotify and YouTube in a minute as well.
Really quick, I'll be yielding chairship to Senator Butler for the duration of this meeting. I want to make it clear that y'all have 22 minutes left in this room, and I would suggest, if moving into AS main, having a conversation with the AS minute takers.
Senator Gibson? And thank you so much for coming to the I just had a quick question, and did you have rollover from the last year, and also no rollover fee? No. Okay. If they come on, thank you.
KCSB does not have a rollover, and the reason we are spending in deficit is not because we're necessarily overspending money or anything. It's because we haven't had an increase since 2006. The cost of minimum wage has gone up 36% since 2012. So we're spending 2/3 of our operating budget on payroll. So.
Second question, and have you gone to FNC to request money and been either approved or denied?
We have not gone to FNB to request money, but it is because we are trying to get an operating budget that meets our expenditures. Right now, we don't need to request money from them because we're pulling our own backfill money from the Southside account. And we can't keep doing that in the long term, and we can't request 90K from FNB every year to meet a deficit.
So I'm sorry, can I add something to that question? We have asked for additional funding from the Senate. And we've done so through the budget process. We've asked for additional money when we submitted a budget. That was in 2018-19 and 19 and 20. Those years, 2 years in a row, we got additional money. But after that, Senate stopped approving additional funds in the budget. And so we went into COVID and we had a rollover that we spent down and we spent down and we spent down. But we had been deficit spending for a while because of the increase in hourly wages. You know, when I started as advisor, we had an hourly rate of $12 an hour. And we are now at $16.50. So you multiply 18 positions, which is what we had before, and now we're at 14 positions. That saw an increase in our overall budget. Without our fee, actually, our lock-in fee actually changing to match. So as we went into those years in a deficit, we did ask for additional funding and we got it. But then there was more demand on the money over time.
Senator Singh?
Yeah,
Oh, before, we have less than 2 minutes left in this discussion.
Just a final comment.
Okay, final comment.
Just to touch on what Chairman Wilson said, we don't really cover operating costs for the KCH or for any PCU like that. We usually do like events, we do things like that. We don't really have any funds that would be like applicable to cover operating costs. Only thing that would be available is the Senate announcement. I don't know, it's 150K in Senate announcement for the entire year. We can't spend 90K on just.
Senator Josh?
Senator Chair, I move to extend the discussion time on the item towards 10:55 p.m.
There's been a motion to extend the discussion time till 10:55 p.m. Is there a second? Senator Amin, seconded by Senator Amin. We're now in discussion. Senator Iden.
Got a question?
Question has been called. Is there an objection?
Objection.
You send your
Ask the nature of the objection first. Sorry.
nature of this objection, Senator Lincoln.
We have so much still to get through. We do not have time to be extending the discussion by this much. And like, we spent so much time on the TPCon resolution. We're just spending so much. I don't want to spend more time on this than we need to.
Oh, okay. So I'd be asking you to rescind. Would you like to rescind your motion?
Yeah, so whoever made the comment.
Okay. Yeah, would you like to rescind your call question? Please,
Sure, yeah.
What is that motion? There is a discussion of a motion to extend the speaking time.
But they objected.
It's actually a question and that question you said.
Oh, okay, yeah. Senator John?
I do understand Senator's concern perfectly, and I wouldn't want to be insane any more than I have to. With that said, HSB have prepared very seriously about this lovely thing, with the slide deck, with the handouts. And I do believe we should give them ample opportunity to explain themselves before we reach a final decision. While going to ask me anyway, there's no way we're going to finish it, so why not give it all the time we have?
I just wanna piggyback off that by saying that like the time that we finish talking about this, we could just be talking about them and they've been there all day. So let's just give them the time. Senator Iden.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Please continue. Or we're still in discussion. Senator Gerson.
And a follow-up question, I know everyone has said about that they have $150,000 a year and you guys are requesting 90,000, so obviously we can spend all the money and this would be, and I understand why you guys would look for alternate sources of funding. But would you consider maybe just before going to the opportunity to increase that source of funding, going to FNB, as you've never been denied by going to FNB and having gotten a few years, going to ask for a sum of money and then kind of seeing other sources of money before resorting to opportunity?
I will say no to that, just because this, like what we were asking for, KCSB is not asked for a lock-in of 20 years. The only reason we're asking for it is because we cannot meet our operations. And I'm just trying to get us to a place, assuming the student body votes for it, where we can do our basic operations without pulling from accounts where the money, like the cell site money, is specifically delineated for building upkeep and repair. That is an Associated Students building. We have to take care of that building. I don't want it to get to the point where it crumbles so much the university has to step in and we can potentially lose that space. So I think that independent media and student media and the Stork Communications building as a hub of student speech and like media and freedom of the press. I think that the student body should be given the opportunity to vote on increasing this legislation, but I appreciate the alternatives.
Senator Iden.
Thank you. So that was kind of where I was wondering, if assuming you don't have enough funding for the upkeep of the building, so we have the potential to lose the building, and then the other question I had was, and how much of the cost is split between yourselves, and KCSB, and I believe is the bottom line down there as well? Oh, I'm sorry, Dexis, I'm like,
Yeah.
KCSB, hello.
So the building costs, I believe, out of right now, we split everything 50-50 for the most part. But, so our cell site account money, it's not that we don't have money in there, it's just that it only gets replenished at about 70K per year. So we keep spending 90K like in deficit to like pulling 90K from that to cover the deficit of the operating account. We will eventually spend that down and then we won't be able to use that for what it is like actually meant to be for. So it is getting replenished, but not at the same rate at which we're spending it down right now. Because we're pulling from it to cover the operating costs, if that makes sense.
Senator Singh.
Senator Gerson, even if they do come to F and B, like I said, we would not be able to fund them. The two main things are either RCOs, which they're not, and VCUs can get money if it's coming from a shared governance account with another VCU. They do not fit, operating costs for a VCU does not fit to any of those missions. The only one that is left is Senate unallocated, which does not have enough money. For you.
Senator Moon.
I just want to respond to Iron. They don't need to come to you for, like, payments and all of that. They can come to you for events, 100%. If you wanted to kind of transform the budget a little bit, so that you use your money to pay the people that you need to pay, and then also do whatever kind of behind the scenes things that you need to do, you can do that, and then go to F&B for specific events that you want to play, and they can help you fund those events. I also wanted to ask if you guys have looked into any other sources of funding. I know I'm always like, I know I've been saying the same thing over and over again. But coming to students should be the last way that we look for funding in all parts of the association, and I want to make sure that we're doing that. So my question is, instead of student fees, have you looked at sponsorships? Have you looked at funding grants from federal government companies, or fundraising and donation? There are just so many other ways to get money. Why is this the way that we're choosing to do it?
We do an annual fundraiser every year. That brings about 25K in. We also do earn revenue every year. That's the 70K that gets replenished into the self-site account. The operating budget covers the student staff payroll and also the basic operations of KCSB. That does not include the extraneous events that we do and the merch we produce. That money comes out of our fundraising for the year. So what we're asking for is to cover basic payroll, which the only reason the amount has gone up is because minimum wage has gone up since 2012. That's what this money is for, it's for basic operations.
If I could elaborate a little bit on that, so that operating budget is all of the student staff positions and all of the programming that goes along with those positions. And those positions are experiential learning opportunities for students that are in that position, student staff that's in that position for a year, to learn how to be a general manager, a program director, a music director, a news director, a graphic designer, publicity person, a production person. They record and edit audio. So these are all practical jobs that will yield experience when they leave that position, and all of the materials and support that they need to do that position during the year. That's what our operating budget is for. And that's what, we need to supplement it. And the thing that we're asking for is only $2 more. So our regular fee is $2.85 and $2.45. So we're asking for $2 more in each of those.
Please wait till you get called on. Thank you. Who made a point of order? For that? Okay, thank you. Senator Brenderson?
If you didn't want to vote to increase the lock-in for 17 cents for the trans QCOM, you know, that's your prerogative. You're allowed to do that. You know, they had extra money. I can see where you're coming from. KCSB is running out of money. It's always within your right to deny the increase, you know, students pay a lot in fees, don't disagree. But their lock-in hasn't increased in 20 years. And costs don't just stay the same, costs increase. And they increase dramatically. Inflation is up. Obviously, minimum wage has increased. If we don't pass this, and students don't pass this, KCSB will be hit. And KCSB is the main projector of what Senate does to the public. They do weekly synapses, they sit here, our entire meeting, record what we do.
They haven't said legislation.
They interview about legislation. It's invaluable service. Their space is collapsing. You know, the tower is collapsing, their space is collapsing. It's a very important part of our community, and they don't accept sponsorships because they're independent. And that's the whole point. They're student-led, just like us, and we value that. That's why I'm gonna vote yes.
We have 4 minutes left in this discussion, Senator John.
Thank you, Chair. I have to be 100% in favor of finding money in this year's general budget allocation, which is was AS undesignated fee, and find money to fix the table for KCSB 100%. However, I have no doubt that KCSB has provided great opportunity for people who have the chance to work in it, whether as a student staff or just as a regular student not being paid. It's invaluable experience. However, it's 2025, and I can't, in my good conscience, vote for a radio station. I'm sorry. And my question is, I do have a question. 2 years ago, student body voted down the lodging fee increase for KCSB, which was put on by Senate. What has KCSB done to better communicate with student bodies so they will be more in favor of the lodging fee increase?
So our lock-in increase, I was here, I was on the executive committee board at the time that we went through increase last time. That increase was, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about our former general manager, it was very rushed. It was put on the ballot at the last minute. It was also more than $5 is what we were asking for. Right now, I'm only asking for what we need. And our plan is to, part of the reason I believe it didn't pass was because we didn't have a pro-con statement for the increase. It was the same statement from our reaffirmed fee. I don't think it was very clear to the student body what the actual increase was or what it was for. We have a pro-con statement. We're going to be very clear in our ballot language that we are asking for an additional $2 to the lock-in to do X, Y, and Z. We plan to table. We plan to do a lot of events in the first 4 weeks. We're going to talk about that this Friday. We plan to be very visible about it, answer any questions that students may have. But I really do believe it didn't pass the first time because they were asking for a little bit too much, which we're not asking for this time around. And it wasn't clear in the ballot language in and of itself what we were actually asking for.
I move to vote on a resolution. Layout.
I did have photos of our events, honestly, I think if you guys wanted to see that, no pressure, I know that it's been on. Oh, you guys got it? Okay, no worries, sorry. Thank you.
Senator Iden.
Well, I was curious if we want to wait to do this until we're in the MCC, just because we're running around.
Yeah, it's up to y'all. We can either go into it in the like super quick right now or just go right now. I don't care.
The chief compliance officer has indicated that he wants to get his closed session done before we move into ASME. He's been there the whole time. I'd like to respect his time. So
I don't know if is this a 6-minute conversation?
It's a 3-minute conversation.
5 minutes conversation, okay. Okay.
6 minutes. It will be perfect opportunity. This is what we need.
Okay. Thank you. We're gonna come back to this later for the vote.
So just quick question, are you guys gonna be voting on this like today, but when you, like,
Mhm.
okay, wonderful. You don't need anything else from me.
Thank
Thank you guys, I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Senator Shaw.
I move to enter a closed session to discuss sensitive financial matters involve all senators, proxies, senator staffs, IVP, Ms. Tigers, the CCOs, Associate Director for Government Affairs, the Director for Community Affairs, Student Development and Leadership, and the Interim Executive Director.
There's been a motion to enter closed session to discuss sensitive financial matters, inviting all senators, proxies, Senate staff. The IVP, minute takers, the CCO, the Assistant Director of Governmental Affairs, and the Director of Community Affairs, Student Development, and Leadership. Is there a second? Senator Kadah? Second. Second by Senator Kadah. We're now in discussion, center item.
We have 4 minutes and we have to pack up this whole room.
Right. We're still in discussion.
We should, why do we have a motion? Actually, that.
Yeah, it's 4 minutes. Let's just. Is that, but it's also a short discussion, correct?
It's less than 4 minutes.
Okay, it's less than 4 minutes.
Point out about them, right, in the middle of
We're in
the motion.
discussion. We're in discussion, Senator.
Can you just call a question right now? I feel like.
Someone can call the question. Senator, call, the question has been called. Is there an objection to? Is there an objection to the call the question? Is there an objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes.
Sorry, guys, we'll see you at
We're in
the
closed session. Thank you.
Please feel free to pack up. This is.
We're moving to ASMA to continue later.